You fool! Warren is dead. Dark tales of mystery and suspense. 15 weird thrillers. Man in a Hurry by Alan Nelson. For 20 years I knew the pudgy little man with the thick lens glasses and bright tan shoes, and always when I saw him, he would be madly and urgently scurrying, as though constantly on his way to some appointment for which he was already late. I knew him, yet we never spoke. When by chance we would meet in a busy place or on the street, our glances would look for a long moment for some invisible sign of mutual recognition. Then he would rush past and disappear into the crowd. But each time I believed we would meet again, possibly the next day, perhaps in a year, maybe not for 5. And we always did. For the pattern of our lives was somehow mysteriously linked, and involuntarily we chased each other through life, like the arms of a windmill, never overtaking one another, yet never losing the trail. I didn't even know his name. The first time I ever saw him was from the window of the 7:43 bus on my way to work one morning almost 20 years ago. He was trotting down the sidewalk, trying to beat the bus to the next stop. One hand was on his hat, and he wheeled his paunch ahead of him as though it weren't a part of his body at all, but had some separate existence of its own. I watched with a kind of dull detachment his frantic race, and when, finally, he boarded the bus, I remember his standing next to me, swaying on the strap, puffing and groaning like a man strung up on the torture rack, trying desperately to regain some hold on life. I saw the performance repeated every day for 8 months. It never varied. At exactly 7:51, we would pass Azalea Street. It was then I would catch sight of him, trotting a block ahead of the bus, his round posterior bouncing, his tan shoes flashing. Then, as we overtook him, I could see the heaving of his chest, the wild roundness of thick lens glasses, the purple of his grim face, and the little legs churning like bicycle pedals. He never looked at the bus as it passed, but focused his eyes almost directly downward. Then, at the next stop, he would come pounding up, always the last passenger to get on. For 8 months I watched him in his contest, and heard his round little body gasp next to me as the aftermath of his perpetual victory. But then my shift changed, and I took a different bus, and later when we moved, I lost track of the little fat fellow for 2 years. One afternoon, I was in a large department store, wandering with frustration from counter to counter, in search for a birthday gift. As I turned suddenly from one of the displays, he was in front of me. We stood there face to face for several seconds. He had not changed, the same round eyes, weirdly distorted by the thick lens, the roly-poly body, the tan shoes. He looked me full in the face. Not a twinkle of recognition crossed his countenance, yet I knew he knew me. Then in a flash he was past, dodging and darting through the sluggish crowd. Idly, I drifted in his direction, but he was going too fast for me, and in a moment he had wiggled his way out of sight far down the crowded aisle. A moment later, I caught another glimpse of him as he stepped on the escalator. He waited a moment until the moving mechanism caught him and wafted him upward. Then, impatient with his progress, he started climbing 2 escalator steps at a time, so that the double upward motion seemed to shoot him ceilingwards at a tremendous pace, and he disappeared through the 2nd floor like he had been shot there out of a cannon. It was 3:30 in the morning, a year and a half later. and I had been driving for 3 hours and still had another 200 miles to go. The road was wide and clear. There were no other cars on the road, and I had the accelerator down to the floorboard, and the speedometer drifted lazily between 83 and 90 miles per hour. I saw the headlights slowly creeping up behind me through the rearview mirror. I knew it was a police car, but I didn't care. It was too late to slow up. The car pulled closer and closer, and I realized that I could not outdistance it. There was no siren or flashing red light, however, as it pulled alongside and hovered there. Both our motors roared in a deafening and thundering unison. Slowly, very slowly, I turned my head. The light from the dashboard in the car opposite crawled up and illuminated the face of the little fat man. He had his hat pulled down, but the glare of the cowl lights made his thick lens look like 2 huge marbles. That's all I had time to see. The hat, the puffy cheeks, the 2 big marbles. He looked at me for a moment as the 2 thundering autos hung there opposite each other. He did not smile. There was no recognition, but I knew he knew me. Then slowly he turned his head back to the road, and gradually his car forged ahead, and the red tail light disappeared far down the highway. Once he sat across the table from me in a Jean Compton's restaurant, shoveling big spoonfuls of veal stew and chunks of bread down, swallowing it unchewed, as though it were chocolate pudding. Then, without a smile or nod, he pushed his plate back and rushed out. Once, about a year later, he sat opposite me at a writing desk at the St. Francis Hotel, writing furiously. He just couldn't seem to get the words down fast enough, and the scratch and splatter of the steel pen could be heard across the room, and his arm jerked convulsively. While he was licking the envelope, he looked at me a moment, then disappeared. 2 years later, we bowled together in the downtown alleys. I was with a group of friends, but as usual the little man was alone, playing some kind of a contest with himself in the alley next to ours. He wasn't a very good bowler, and his form was terrible. He couldn't bend at the waist. Instead, he squatted vertically, and when he let the ball go, he would practically sit on his bright tan shoes. Yet he bowled with a passion and frenzy such as I shall never forget. Without pause or hesitation, he would send the heavy ball skidding one after another down the shiny maple strip, until I thought the little fellow would topple over with exhaustion. 3 times he almost killed the pin setter by crashing the ball into upright pins before the nervous boy at the far end could clamber back to his perch. He kept score, but I doubt if he could see to the end of the alley with those thick glasses he wore. I caught his eye several times during the evening, but there was no light of greeting in them. Almost before the last ball reached the pins, he was putting on his coat and, breathing heavily, laid the correct change on the counter, then jogged up the stairs and out into the night. I bumped into my friend many times during the next few years. A fleeting glance, and then he would be gone, but the last time I saw him was at Pacific Avenue and Van Ness Avenue. Just previous to this last look at him, I had been walking past Greyson's Steakhouse, intending to cross Van Ness Avenue. I had my eye on the green go signal, and I was moving along the sidewalk at a fast pace, trying to make the curb before the light changed. There was another man also trying to make the light, and somehow we had fallen in step together, stride for stride, both our eyes on the green go sign, both wondering if the signal would change before we reached the corner. He was a tall, lanky fellow, and the briefcase he carried flapped noisily against his legs. There was an insistent clicking of leather heels on the pavement behind me, and, half turning, I recognized the little fat man bounding along 10 yards behind us. I thought of speaking, but I was too intent on making the go sign, and so continued on. By this time, the man at my side and I had reached Van Ness Avenue together, and, still in step, were about to step off the curb. I beg your pardon, a voice called in back of me. I stopped short and turned around. It was the little fat man motioning as he tried to catch up to me. The tall man with the briefcase continued across the street. Then the bell clanged and the signals changed. Could you tell me the time? The little round fellow asked breathlessly. I was standing there on the curb, fishing for my watch, when the delivery truck smashed into the stranger with the briefcase, who was now halfway across. The driver of the truck, spinning down Van Ness at a fast clip, had just squeaked through the signals as they turned. It was no one's fault. It was inevitable, unavoidable. 1/4 of a second, one way or another, would have allowed the man and truck to go their respective ways. I stood there on the corner and watched, and the whole thing was as clear and vivid as though it were happening in slow motion. No swerving, dodging, or careening could have prevented that meeting. The man and truck were just suddenly there. They were there together as though each were attached to separate ends of some invisible, giant rubber band, which now, suddenly released, had snapped the two together. I knew he was to be killed even before the truck smashed and dragged his body half a block toward the bay. And I also knew that, except for freak of timing, I, too, would have been smashed and dragged that half block. Do you have the correct time? The little fat fellow repeated. He acted as though he hadn't seen the accident. I looked at my watch. It's exactly 3:17, I said. Thanks, he replied. Thanks very much. I was trying to think of something to say to the man, to thank him for hurrying after me and holding me on that corner with his silly question. I wanted to thank him for rushing down the street that last few seconds, for rushing through his meal at Compton's last year, for driving madly down the dark highway 10 years ago, all so he could be on time to meet me on this corner and ask me the hour of the day. You got here just in time, I said. I hurried, he replied. Then he turned, and it seemed as though he strolled, leisurely, down Van Ness, as if his time were his own, and he had a carefree hour to spend. Bitter Gold by B.C. Bridges. The night was cold, and Ivan huddled close to the grate. He looked across the hearth to where the woman sat, who was his wife. She was not as old as Ivan, and still held her body erect, but was seldom seen to smile.
Ivan,
she said,
put more wood upon the fire.
He obeyed without speaking, but shook his head and sighed. Wood was scarce when the snow had fallen. The seasons had been unfavorable, and much of the harvest in that part of Siberia had failed. For many in the little village, there was no food. Someone was knocking at the door. The woman took up the candle and crossed the room.
Who is there?
She asked. A friend, answered a voice. Open the door.
What do you want?
Demanded the woman. I seek food and shelter for the night.
We have no food. Go away.
But I was told at the village you could give me food. A place on the floor by the fire will do for me. I have come a long way, and I am very tired. I can pay. I have gold. The woman's expression changed.
Ah, yes, to be sure,
she said, flinging the door wide and holding the candle low to light the step.
Come in. We are only poor folk, but you are welcome. It is very cold, but we will soon have something hot for you to drink. Do not think it strange that we were at first suspicious. There are many thieves and rogues about these days. One must be careful. Ivan,
calling over her shoulder,
build up the fire and put water on to boil. We have a guest A gentleman has come to stay with us tonight.
She bustled around the room, placing food upon a rough table before the stranger, whose eyes followed her every movement. Ivan aided his wife, casting sidelong glances from time to time at their guest, who was a large man with a heavy beard. The part of his face that showed was darkly tanned, as if from long exposure to the sun, as were his hands, which seemed thick and toughened by much labour. Presently the meal was finished, and the stranger drew a leathern purse from his pocket. "Here," he said, laying coins on the table. "This will pay for what I have eaten. I will give you more in the morning." The woman took the money with many bows and words of gratitude. Turning to the man, she said in a low voice,
"Give him your bed and the thick bearskin for a cover. We must be sure he sleeps soundly."
Ivan led the stranger through a narrow doorway and returned presently. Soon the sound of heavy breathing told the listeners that their guest was asleep. The man and woman spoke in low tones. "He looks very strong," said the man. "Perhaps the first stroke would not be enough."
"It will be easy,"
said the woman.
"He sleeps on his back, and I will stand beside you with the hatchet."
"He is big, and there would be much blood."
"Oh, that is quickly cleaned up. We can put the body out in the snow, and by morning the wolves will have eaten it. We can say he arose and left very early, or that he did not come here at all. He has gold, much gold. I saw it shining in the candlelight."
"I am old and weak," protested the man. "I have not strength to strike the blow. See how my hands tremble."
"I tell you, you are a fool, Ivan,"
hissed the woman angrily.
"Here,
Thrusting money in his hand.
take this. Go to the inn and drink. Perhaps that will give you courage. Bah!
She added under her breath.
All men are cowards."
He took the money without answering and left the hut. At the inn, Ivan drank several glasses of strong liquor, one after another, without stopping. "You drink for joy," said old Dmitri, the innkeeper, "because your son has returned?" Ivan stared. "My son?" "Yes," said Dmitri. "He came here and asked if you still lived, then left, speaking of some boyish plan to deceive you for a jest. I did not know him at first, for he has a great beard now, and it is many years since he went away. How well I remember him! He was a good boy, a little headstrong, perhaps, but good at heart. Many times have I carried him on my back through the forest to search for nuts. He had rosy cheeks and laughed all the time. And now he has returned with much gold. He showed it to me, all for his old father and mother. Surely your fortune is good. Ah, if I had such a son! Now I am old, and there is none to care for me. Come, Ivan, drink again, and I will drink with you." Ivan still gaped in dumb amazement. "My son?" he repeated. Suddenly, with a choking cry, he lunged for the door. The thickly fallen snow was above Ivan's knees as he plunged up the hill. He reeled unsteadily as he ran. Once he fell, cutting his hand on a sharp rock, half buried. He did not feel the hurt, but the snow showed deeply crimson. Struggling weakly to his feet, he hurried on, making noises in his throat like a wounded animal. The wind was like a strong man pushing against his chest. His lungs seemed ready to burst, and strange lights flashed before his eyes. At last, he reached the hut. Pushing open the door, he stumbled in. The woman stood by the table, wiping her hands on a dirty rag. She saw him and smiled guiltily.
"Never mind,"
she said.
"It's all done now."
The Grey Rider by Charles Hilan Craig. His name was Lear. He was the world's greatest racing driver, and it was said of him that he was utterly devoid of nerves. For 3 years, he had been the leader among the speed demons of the surface tracks, and during those 3 years he had won every race in which his car had finished. Several times accidents had sent him to the pits to stay. Again he had been rammed by a driver who lost control, but whenever he finished the race it was in the lead. Throughout the land he was known to the sporting public as King Lear, to his more intimate friends simply as the King. He no longer needed the money which came to him through racing, but rather drove for the sheer zest of driving. There was a thrill for him in every turn on any speedway, a double thrill every time he came thundering into the straightaway. As he raced, he laughed, and he was a man who could still laugh when he had finished the last lap on the great brick oval at the capital of the racing world, laugh while ready hands unbent the fingers that clutched the wheel in a death-like grip. Without nerves was King Lear, they said, and there was little reason to deny that bold statement, for he was a man who went out in front and stayed there till the race was over or something had broken. No tremendous spurts, no sneaking, no jockeying. Lear clamped down the accelerator and held it there. Little wonder he got a thrill from those terrible turns, for he went into them faster than any other living man, and lived. Less strange, the double thrill from the straightaway, for his car was a weaving phantom when he came from the turns, a grey mist when he went into the next. Lear was perhaps 35 years old at the time of which I write, and had been racing for about 10 years. It was nearing the end of the racing season, and he was in the next to the last race of the year when he first saw the man whom he intuitively dubbed the Grey Rider. He had paid little attention to the other entries. It made no difference to him who they were or in what numbers. He would beat them all, barring accident. He was on the 60th lap of the 250-mile grind when first his attention was attracted by this Grey Rider, who was to be his chief competitor in the next race. The car was grey, not the grey which bright enamel usually gives, but a drab grey, a sordid grey. The car was low-slung and apparently awkwardly built. King Lear found himself criticizing as he swung past that car on the 60th lap. The man was deep down in the seat, barely showing his head, but he also was grey, and he seemed to be laughing as Lear swept past him. An uncomfortable thought welled up in the mind of the king, that there was a sardonic something about this man and his car that he could not fathom, but he swept the thought away and settled down to finish ahead. They were on the 90th lap when the grey car almost rammed him, and he swung into the fence, splintering it and ripping off a wheel. With anger in his heart, he made ready to protest, but the Grey Rider had swept from the track and was waiting for him, having left the race. "I'm sorry," he said. Lear's anger dissipated like a mist. He laughed. "Maybe it wasn't your fault," he said, and took mental stock of the other driver. Grey dust had settled finely over the driver's face. The hair, just visible under the turned-up helmet, was grey. Under the grey of that face there were many tiny wrinkles. The face was set as though it had come from a mould, granite. Hours of grim intensity at the taped wheel had seen to that. "What's your name?" asked Lear. He was surprised that he never had seen this man before. Perhaps some new chap breaking into the game. "Grey," answered the Grey Rider, and to Lear it appeared that for a moment a sardonic smile touched the thin lips. He didn't like that smile. There was something... He'd intended to look the man up, to ask Angus about him, but somehow he didn't do it. A reason why he should now want to find out who and what a fellow racer was didn't occur to him, he who had never given a hang what was put against him in a race. Angus, his team manager, had come a-running. "What happened?" he had said, and Lear had replied, "I almost got rammed." "What?" And there had been on the face of Angus a strange expression of wonder and doubt. Lear had looked about for Grey, but the man had gone. Speed, more speed. That was what was killing Lear. Cars were not built fast enough for him. Time after time in races he had ruined cars, driving them to the ultimate limit of their endurance till they were burned out beneath him. Wrecked many times, but he seemed to have the lives of a cat. He always came through. His god was speed. "It'll get you yet," said Angus again and again. "You can't keep up those stunts and live. Take it from me, boy. If you don't quiet down on the curves, you'll go through the big gate some day." This from Angus, who was continuously exhorting his other drivers to show a little pep. Leah laughed. But then that was Leah. That was why he was the best-loved driver in America. The crowd came to see speed, and he was there to show it to them. But deep down in his heart he knew that Angus was right. Too near, many times, was death. For now that the great American classic race had been run at an average rate of more than 100 miles per hour, the ultimate speed on wheels was fast being attained. Little more could be expected of a machine which clung to earth. Yet Leah still asked for speed. To see him drive in a race was to see something never to be forgotten. He always smiled as he rode. Of course the crowd couldn't see that, but they knew, for the press agents had long been busy. All the crowd could see was a blur as the red car swept past the stands, but they knew he was smiling at death as he rode, and from east and west men came to watch him ride like a red whirlwind to victory. And then the last 500-mile race of the season, on the new board track in California. The team managed by Angus was entered, and of course Leah was expected to win. As the day for the race neared, there came into the mind of Leah a question. Would the Grey Rider be in the race? Why he wondered about this, he did not know. He never had questioned before. He did not ask Angus about it, for he knew that a query now about the other entries would serve to make the fiery little Scotchman wonder if he were losing his iron nerve. He didn't read the newspapers, he didn't read the bulletins, he never read anything. All he cared to do was race. All he ever desired was to sit under the wheel of his little red cannon and thunder to victory. He never had cared who it was he was racing. Speed, more speed. He would shatter that 500-mile record to fragments. He would show them that his red cannon could show its heels to any car ever built. And as he thought of it in his last trial spin before the big race, he involuntarily increased his pace till the other cars, the fence, the empty stands became grey blurs. Faster, faster, faster. Round the curve, into the long straightaway, past the stands again. Faster, faster. And then he knew instinctively as Angus flagged him in that he had ridden at a pace never before equalled by man. The day came. The hour was at hand. The time for the big race. Car after car drew up to the pits for final adjustments. Car after car was trundled to the starting line, drivers smoking a last cigarette, mechanicians pottering about, the drone of a car ready to go. The officials lined them up, Leah and his red wagon in the first tier, the others stretched to the side and behind. The Grey Rider? Leah looked about. Yes, there he was at the outside of the first tier. And Leah was puzzled. That made an extra car in the first row. Not safe. An official was beside him. What's the idea of the extra car there? He asked. Which car? Asked the official. Grey one, number 31, outside. The official looked where he pointed and laughed, said something which Leah did not catch. But Leah laughed too. He had never been accused of lack of sportsmanship. What did he care if the first tier was jammed from pole to stand? He was going to burn them all up, win. But as he sat there looking at the Grey Rider, there came over him a sensation he never had known before, a scarcely felt impression of impending disaster. Somehow, deep down within him, he felt that this would be his last race. But he shook off the feeling with a laugh of disdain, lighted a cigarette, and waited. There sounded the last preliminary signal. The track was cleared, a sputtering roar, and they were off. Round the track, a droning string of angry motors following the pacer, a vast thunder of sound. They passed the starting line, and the flag dropped down and up again. A dull roar from the crowd, screaming of exhausts, whining throb of motors, grey film of smoke, grey cloud of dust. Speed, more speed. Mile after mile, lap after lap, and the Grey Rider had nosed up and was running close to Leah, a grey shadow stalking him, urging him on, and he responded. His car changed from a red streak to a misty blur as he thundered around the track. 110, 20, 30, 40. Speed. And the grey shadow still stalked him, lacking the necessary spurt to go around. A car went through the fence on the death curve. Another went over and over when a tire blew out. But by superb skill, Leah and the Grey Rider missed the wreckage, went on and on. Speed, speed to the utmost. Into the pit for new tires and gas, then back to the grind, back to the race with the grey shadow which was challenging his superior skill. They passed the 180th lap, the 190th, 10 laps to go, and on the straightaway the grey rider passed Leah. The smile left Leah's face, his teeth set hard. His dark face was a mass of tiny wrinkles. He leaned forward, but his car did not respond. He held grimly at the rear wheel of the grey car, but could do no better. Wildly reckless on the curves, a raging demon in the stretch, it availed nothing. The grey rider was just as reckless, just as superb in his handling of the grey car. 5 laps to go, 3 laps, 2 laps, 1 lap, and the spring on his foot feed broke. He could feel it go. Wide open, his car thundered on. He reached over to shut off the power, but at that moment the grey rider's eyes looked into his. He could feel, rather than see, the sardonic challenge in those eyes. He gripped again the wheel, careened wildly into the curve. How he made it he did not know, but he came out. A mere touch would send him tumbling into the fence. At the rear wheel of the grey car, he wanted speed and couldn't get it. Speed! Down the stretch he roared like the wind, and then he began to gain. His radiator was even with the driver's seat of the leading car. A little more. He did not hear the roar of the race, had no ears for the thunder of the 100,000 people mad with the thrill of speed. He could think of nothing but the sardonic smile which he felt must be on the face of the grey rider. Slowly he gained, but too late. The checkered flag went down, but the grey rider had drawn it. A low snarl escaped Leah's lips as he realized that he had lost. Then the snarl changed to an exclamation of horror as the grey rider shot in front of him. He started to slow up, forgetting that his foot feed was no longer working. Sharply, he twisted the wheel, went broadside into the grey rider. He heard a tremendous roaring, the clang of steel on steel, smelt the odor of blazing gasoline, felt its wrath sear his lungs, saw stars shoot across his vision, felt the sardonic smile of the man who had beaten him. Leah regained consciousness for only a few minutes at the hospital. Angus was there with him, firmly solicitous. "Lost," gasped Leah. "Lost? Hell," said Angus. "You won. But the grey car, 31, beat me out just before I crashed into him." Angus looked puzzled. "There wasn't any 31 in the race," he said. "And you didn't crash anybody. You hit the fence." "But the grey rider." "There wasn't any grey rider." "But there must have been." Leah knew that Angus was lying. No grey rider, the fool. Why, look, there was the grey rider beside Angus now, his hand on Angus's shoulder. The grey rider, grey with dust, grey with sternness. A sardonic smile was upon his face, but the grey eyes which shone through the goggles held no mirth. They were cold as death. "He's beside you," cried Leah hoarsely. "Look, Angus." Angus turned all around in utter amazement. There was no one there. Why, Leah was dead. What Is It? By Charles M. Morris. I am almost mad. Madness has touched my brain. And when you hear my story, your flesh will creep in horror. For there is something creeping upon me, which, like the stealthy stalk of a giant cat, comes slowly out of the darkness upon me, then will pounce with an awful swiftness to finish me. My only hope is that the bony fingers of insanity will clutch out and tear away the remaining strands of my mind. Then I shall become a howling, screaming thing, to be taken, none too gently, away from here. But I am afraid it will be too late. There is something else. God knows I feel fear. It is the torture of fear that has made my mind grow Strange. I'm in this big, silent room, with its dark crimson drapes and its musty walls. There is but little light filtering through the dim windows. Along the wall stands a low, heavy table. Stretched out upon it is a figure covered by a white sheet. It is the body of my friend, Victor Bidar. He is dead, with a knife in his heart. I have slain him with my own hands. See, the stains of his blood are still on them. Horror of horrors. There is even blood spilled down my waistcoat. We both loved Marie, my wife. She died yesterday with his name on her lips, and so I killed him, that his black soul might join her in the horrid hell their sin has prepared for them. Why don't they come, the officers, and take away that hideous corpse? I again cross the room and lift the sheet from Victor's face. Ah, the eyes are still open, staring. The lips, too, are parted, as they parted in his death agony. Why will they not come for me, and this staring thing on the table? I have sent word to them I have killed my friend Victor Bidar. Perhaps they won't come for an hour, for a day. Perhaps, and this is what I fear, perhaps they won't need to come. It is a nameless thing that I fear. It is not death, nor the human punishment that will be inflicted upon me for this deed. Nor do I fear madness. Insanity, if it comes, will be a blessing. It is something else which I cannot name, of which I am afraid. And it is right here in this room with me. Now, what is it? It is like nothing in heaven or earth. It is part of that foul darkness that borders on nothing. It is a creature from out of the hell of hells that I fear. The room appears empty, except for this body and myself. I cannot feel it. I cannot see it, but I know it's here. If only madness would seize me, or someone would come to take me away from the terror of this room. I cannot replace the sheet over Victor's twisted face. I need the company of even this cold body. I tear the sheet entirely away. He lies there with his legs spread out and his hands stiffly clutching nothing. The knife is buried to the hilt in his breast. But there is that thing again. I can almost feel it brush me. I can hear, faintly, the sound of horrible laughter. I seize the hilt of the embedded knife and tug at it. It comes away, dripping dark blood. Present yourself, fiend, or darkness, but you shall not have me. There. What was that? It is the drip, drip, drip of blood coming along the floor, coming toward me from the door. Each drip leaves a little dark pool where it strikes, coming straight toward me with a slow drip, drip. I can just make them out from the shadows in the room. What is it? I raise the knife with the point at my breast. I am listening for the last time to the gay sound of voices in the street outside, to the clatter of cars. It is growing darker. Ah, I see you now. Victor, you fiend! It is you! The Sixth Tree by Edith L. Stewart. Police Headquarters, Los Angeles, California. Gentlemen, the coroner's inquest held over the mutilated body of Professor Carhart to account for the baffling circumstances surrounding his death gave the verdict, met death at the claws and teeth of some wild beast, presumably a mountain lion. Considering the prominent and honorary position held by the professor in some of our foremost universities, I felt justified in suppressing the astounding diary herewith enclosed, found by me in the dead man's room after the inquest. I submit the diary without comment. Any conclusion derived from its perusal can be only too ghastly and unbelievable. Respectfully, J. Donahue, Operative. As we entered the canyon, that dreaded sensation of oppression and suffocation surged upon me, and I tore away my collar and lifted the hat from my throbbing head. There are hypocrites who prate vapidly of the exaltation and exhilaration inspired in the human by these same mountains. Liars, who should know more of mountains than I, who for 30 years have studied them, chipped away at their exteriors, articulated every rock and stratum in their towering frames, explored and explained their very entrails. Why, I've even proved to myself that they possess a soul or souls, personality, malignant human emotions. God, what I have suffered! Is it in revenge for my exhaustive knowledge of them that they torture me so? When night comes, it is night now. They shake from their torpor and become monstrosities, crowding closer and closer, stooping to compress the air about my fevered head, crushing into my brain. It is only by ignoring them that I gain relief. So I am writing now in a frenzy to escape them. As I said, we had entered the canyon. There were only the stage driver and I. I had been dismissed from the university with only the explanation that my course of study was becoming erratic. Why had I selected the little lodge at the source of this rugged ravine for my retreat? It should have been the last place in the world for me to seek rest. Yet I was here. The grey road twisted its dusty way into the gathering dusk of the mountains. The stage driver essayed a few conversational stupidities, but I soon silenced his chatter. He looked at me askance and whipped up the horses. The trail turned abruptly. The door behind was closed. Mountains reared about me on either side, and a feeling of panic assailed me. I was indeed in the enemy's territory. An hour passed in silence. Suddenly, a bend in the road interrupted the monotony of the scene. With what emotions I beheld a cabin, an abode cabin crouched back from the road against the hill. 6 gaunt trees, that might once have been willows, stood in a ghostly row before it. Its windows, glassless and shadeless like the lidless eyes of a skull, leered and peered down at us. A glance had seared it on my mind, and then we had passed it. What place was that? The driver lashed his horses to greater speed. A good place to keep away from after dark. I waited impatiently for him to volunteer further information, but the fool was evidently sulky. I would wheedle. My good man, your reply only arouses my curiosity. He slowed down. The road lay straight. Turning, I could see the haggard eyes of the house as it watched for the effect the driver's tale would have upon me. It seems that some years before, after a heavy rain, some hikers had found in front of the deserted cabin 5 shallow graves, one beneath each tree. Each grave had contained a man. Investigation had identified them as a group of sheep herders, rough customers at the best. They had evidently spent the night in the cabin, for the place was littered with empty bottles, cards, and poker chips. Who had committed the wholesale murder and buried the bodies was never discovered. Rumor had it that the 5 sheep herders had located a mine back in the mountains, and had hired a geologist to go with them to assay the ore, but this was never substantiated. There was no one who had actually seen the geologist or knew much about the mine. Where are the bodies now?" The driver shrugged. Nobody claimed them, so they were thrown back into their graves, the dirt shuffled on again, and left till Judgment Day. "Well, if they are dead and disposed of till the Day of Judgment, why are you afraid of this place?" I asked with some scorn. He shook his head darkly. "There's 6 trees, and only 5 graves under 'em." "Well, they say there's a curse on this place, until the 6th tree has a dead man too." "Bah!" I cried. "Nursery tales." But I must have spoken strangely, for his long whip curled out over the horses' heads, and we swung around the last bend. No longer was the cabin visible, but I knew I would return. It must have been midnight as I approached the cabin, a midnight that held its breath and waited for something. The hush of expectancy had stilled every sound of the night. I stepped over the graves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was no wind, and yet I am sure I heard a rustle, or better, a faint creaking in the naked branches of the 6th tree as I passed beneath it. Suddenly, I halted. My heart swelled and burst into a volley of stifled beatings. There could be no illusion. A wan, lurid glow slowly grew from the surrounding darkness. There was a light within the cabin. Someone was there. I lashed my cowering senses to action and noiselessly approached the window. Staggering, I clutched the window ledge for support. The uneven light from a guttering candle secured in an empty bottle disclosed what I had, God help me, expected to see. They, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. They were there, the same, and yet, how horrible. Lifelessly, yet with terrible relentlessness, they played at their everlasting cards. Their dank hair hung in wisps over sunken eyes. The leathery skin of their faces sagged loosely over fleshless skulls. Their clothes hung in tatters, slimed with earth and mud. And their hands, fascinated in terror, I watched those lean, blackened claws deal the mildewed and ragged cards. Their nails, long and broken, scratched over the rough table as they clutched at the chips. They were intent on their game, unaware of my presence. But even as I gratefully assured myself of this, their eyes were on me. There was no hate, no fury, no fiendish glee in their expression, rather a blankness, a patient waiting. They had ceased to play. All the waiting in the universe concentrated about me. There was a vacant place beside the dealer. When I could resist no longer, I went within. The dawn lay pallid on the hills when I flung away from the cabin. There was no sound or motion from the 6th tree as I shrank from its reaching fingers. When clear of it, I ran in the madness of terror to the hotel, locked my door, and fell sobbing in wrath and exhaustion on the bed. I had lost. There was no depth to the agony of my soul. We had played for no obvious stakes, but only too well I knew the prize for which we fought. There would be 2 more nights of play, with 2 more chances to win. I arose, bathed my scorching brow, and all day I sat figuring. As a man of science, I had often scoffed at the thing called luck, for any game of cards must be reducible to some science or system. Night found me triumphant. Scarcely could I wait for the darkness that I might hasten to their humiliation. And that night I won. I say. They were waiting for me as before. The cards were dealt, and then I proved that all things are explained by science. A man so learned can hold the world in his hand, immune from the uncertainties of chance and accident. My triumph grew as the dawn approached. I grew reckless. I chuckled. I laughed. I taunted them in their ghastly dead faces. They sat immobile, playing. Their silence infuriated me. I tried to sting them to retort, but my words found answer only in the angry mutterings of the echo from the hollow room. When, as before, the candle choked and expired like a dying man, and their wasted forms faded into the shadows of the cabin, I hurled the cards after them and went stumbling and laughing into the morning, drunk with my triumph. As I passed beneath the accursed tree, it dared to trail clinging, warmthless fingers across my cheek. I jerked away in loathing and derision. I still can feel the iciness of its touch. They have asked me, these curious, ignorant fools here, where I spend the nights. They talk and whisper about me in little groups that grow silent and disperse when I approach. Well, tonight is the last night, and then I shall be free and far away. If I had not been a man of science and evolved a system, then I might have known defeat, and these gaping fools might have something to fill their empty brains and furnish them with silly chatter. They would find my mutilated body, clawed as though by a mountain lion, flung into a shallow grave beneath the 6th tree. But I shall not lose. When this night curdles into dawn, I shall stuff their filthy graves, stamping the dirt upon them until it fills their mouths and blinds their staring eyes. And the tree? I shall leave it to wring its bony hands forever in impotent chagrin. But why am I lingering here? It is time for the game to begin, and they are waiting. His Brother's Keeper by George Fielding Eliot. John Dangerfield was in love with his brother's fiancée, a position whose difficulties were somewhat ameliorated by the fact that from early childhood he had been accustomed to take away from his brother Horace any of Horace's possessions that he fancied, and oddly enough he had always fancied what Horace cherished most. Now he fancied Leslie Monroe, and that blonde young lady was by no means unconscious of the fact, nor was she unconscious of the difference between being the wife of a younger son, a mere pensioner, and being the wife to the heir of Cragmore. She stood now by John's side in a dusty room on the 3rd story of an old brick warehouse, listening to the chatter of a grey little man in a skull cap. The room was filled with odds and ends of every description, over which the grey little man waxed eloquent. "This armour is really remarkable," the grey little man was saying. "But if you aren't interested in that, Mr. Dangerfield, here's something that will strike your fancy. It's the queerest thing I've had here for many a day. I found it in Nuremberg, and I've had it restored and put in good order." He had paused before an object that looked like an upended sarcophagus. It was a little taller than a full-grown man, and entirely of iron. On its front it bore a bas-relief of a female figure. It was perhaps 3 feet wide, and twice as deep. "Looks like a deep coffin stood on end," John Dangerfield remarked. "Right," the dealer replied. "Look here." He swung the back of the thing out on heavy hinges like a door. At the bottom of this door was a stout shelf of iron. Above this was fitted an assortment of iron bands, hinged and provided with locks. The dealer flashed the ray of a pocket torch into the dark interior. Protruding back from its forward wall, Leslie and Dangerfield saw 6 long, tapering iron spikes, glittering and sharp. "This," the grey little man gloated, "is a genuine Iron Maiden. It is 400 years old, built especially to the order of Duke Otho of Franconia. That whole front is movable, moves back into the box at the rate of about a half inch every 10 minutes, propelled by steel springs of incredible power. You put your victim against this door, standing on the shelf, and fasten him tight with the iron bands. The man can't move a muscle when they're all locked. Then you swing the door shut, so, putting your victim facing the spikes. A touch on this lever releases the mechanism, and the spikes move toward him. They're over a foot away to start with, gives him plenty of time to think over his sins. Note the spikes. The two bottom ones are the longest, and are supposed to pierce the groin or lower abdomen. Then, when they are well embedded, the next two pierce the shoulders. Finally, the last two pierce the poor devil's eyes, reach his brain at last, and put him out of his misery. I fancy the whole process takes about 6 hours, from the time the machinery commences to move until the victim is dead. "What a horrible, dreadful thing, John!" Leslie Monroe exclaimed. "Please take me away. I can't bear to look at it." "Just as you say, dear," John Dangerfield answered tenderly. "We'll be going now, Nathan. I may be back to see you later." "Monday, if you please, Mr. Dangerfield," the little grey man answered. "It's Saturday afternoon, sir. I'm closing up." He opened the door leading to the dark landing. The man who had been so patiently waiting there in the shadows struck one savage blow and lowered the limp body of the dealer gently to the floor. "What's the matter, Nathan?" John Dangerfield asked, hearing the thud of the blow. There was no answer. John, in his turn, stepped out upon the landing, and again the watcher in the shadows struck. The blackjack did its work well. John Dangerfield collapsed in a crumpled heap beside the dealer. The man who had struck him down stepped over his body into the storeroom to confront Leslie Monroe. "Why, Horace!" she cried. "What are you—" Then the light from the window fell full upon his face, his eyes, and Leslie Monroe fainted. Horace Dangerfield laughed, the cunning, triumphant laugh of a madman. "I've waited long," he muttered. "Too long. Nothing has been adequate before. But this will do. This will satisfy me." When John Dangerfield came to himself, he was in dust-filled darkness. He could not move. Something was choking him. Something was an iron collar, locked tight about his neck. His forehead was held back by an iron band. His wrists and ankles were in manacles. There was a dreadful clanking sound somewhere in the gloom. Warm against his breast, he felt living flesh. He realized that Leslie Monroe was there, bound tightly to him by straps or ropes. He spoke her name, but she did not answer. The truth leaped upon John Dangerfield like a pouncing tiger. He was locked in the Iron Maiden, with Leslie Monroe bound before him, so that the spikes would reach her first. He raised his voice. "Help! Help!" The words reverberated mockingly in that iron tomb. Even more mockingly, a voice from without answered. "Cry again, John. There is no one to hear, save the Iron Maiden. I was listening last night when you told Leslie you wanted to be with her even in death. You have your wish. Goodbye, John." "Horace, for the love of God!" But only the sound of retreating feet and the slamming of a door answered. The machinery clanked again, and the first cruel touch of steel points revived the swooning Leslie. The gloomy room rang with a woman's screams. Country House by Ewan White. It was a task that women everywhere, all over the world, do thousands upon thousands of times. Nothing to mark it from those others, except that this was herself, Patricia Eldridge, and she thought, and chided herself for the thinking, "I don't really like to go up there alone. But that's silly, isn't it? Someone has to do it, and I'm the only someone." They'd looked so hard, for a place in the country, and the house in Belmore had been discovered by one of those accidents when the quest for just such a coincidence fitted in perfectly with its availability. Ray, of course, couldn't get away from the office. Their old car had made the trip to Belmore a week ago for the final decision and the signing of the lease, but had sputtered home in poor shape and was now laid up in the repair shop. Never mind. She could get somebody from the next-door apartment to stay with their 3-year-old son, she told her husband. She'd take the train. The house was tucked away on a ridge some miles outside of Belmore village. It was all weather-beaten, shingled, with a stone chimney, ivy-covered. For companions, the house had a forest that closed closely around it. The gurgling trace of a brook ran not far away from the backstone terrace. It was, as Ray Eldridge had said, a find, and if the price they'd finally been able to compromise on was a bit above what they'd wanted to pay, the sacrifice would certainly be worthwhile. It was afternoon before Patricia had time to think. The sun had fallen off to the west, but its rays coming through the bare February limbs of the trees that stood near the eave sent lengthening shadows across the barren floors. She'd arrived soon after 11, taxied out to their house, and my, didn't that have a fine sound, from the Belmore station. The day had been taken up with those innumerable little things, the measuring and sizing up of rooms, where she and Ray would be, and then where they'd put Robbie. She had some curtain samples she'd brought up from the city, and she tried to decide which would look the nicest in the room that would become their parlour. For her, it was happy indecision. She sat for a moment now, perched on a packing box in one of the upstairs rooms, still in her fur coat, for there was no heat in the house, and for the first time she felt the chilliness. Her ears were ringing, something she'd noticed when she'd been up here with Ray a week ago. It was the silence of the country, an unaccustomed change for a city dweller who lives amidst the scenery and sounds of constant activity. A plane flying far above the Belmore Valley filled the winter air with its drone. And then there was a sound from outside. Pat got up. Mrs. Brown, the real estate agent, had said she'd drop out sometime during the day just to see how things were coming along, what with the telephone not connected yet. As Patricia passed the mirror at the head landing, she shook her dark curls and thought that her fur coat looked just a bit shabby for folks who were buying such a scrumptious country house. But then, after all, you have to make certain sacrifices. The front door opened. You don't think of locking them in the country, and she took the first step of going down. The stairs crooked away, and she could see nothing but a pattern of yellow light against the turn of the stairwell. "Mrs. Brown?" she called. "Hello, Mrs. Brown?" Of course it was Mrs. Brown. Or had the taxi man come early? It was a bit past 4. "Is that the taxi man?" For an answer, the front door, and it was a heavy one, closed with a thud, and that was punctuated by a scuffling sound that faded almost instantly, but inside the house. Patricia Eldridge felt herself tighten. "Who is it? Who's down there?" Nothing. She stood poised, one foot down on the first step, her hand gripping the banister, and the wind touching the weather vane on the top of the house counted the long seconds off by squeaking the painted metal rooster and swivelling it with an airy, cold breath. Pat very carefully withdrew her descending foot and stood at the top of the landing, afraid now to call out again, afraid to move beyond the sudden and terrible pounding of her heart. The fears of womankind came to her then, the thing she'd chided herself about. "Don't be silly, Ray. Nothing ever happens in the country. Darling, it's the only way to get the place fixed up." A train in the distance whistled with faraway detachment. Its remoteness made her think of the city, and of Ray. Oh, Ray, honey, do you know how frightened I am now? Where was Mrs. Brown? She'd called down enough, of that she was certain, with the kind of true intuition that only a woman can have. Whoever it was, whatever it was downstairs, knew of her presence as much as she knew of its. There was a step. In its texture and quality it was heavy, and that put new thunder to her heart. The taxi-man was smallish. Mrs. Brown's steps wouldn't scuff and clump so that the very house shook. Slowly, Pat inched backward. She chose the west room because, frighteningly, deepening shadows had claimed everywhere else now, from the pale setting winter sun. A board under her high heels creaked, and she held her breath. The first step on the stairs was not a surprise. She had expected it, and had been listening for it so hard. Whoever it was coming up. If she had wanted to call out now, she would not have been able to. Her mouth was dry, and her throat constricted. There was a dressing room off the west chamber. It connected with the other upstairs bedroom, and that had its own door onto the hall. By the time the steps reached the top of the stairs, she had vacated the room nearest their approach. She still tiptoed, but the time for cat and mouse was nearly over. The steps quickened, echoing hollowly as they crossed the bare wooden floors. Patricia slipped through the dressing room, through the next room, and out into the hall. The tempo of the steps behind her quickened even more. She gained the hall while, whatever it was, like in a child's game of hide-and-seek, circled noisily through the rooms she had just left. She ran for the stairs now, all attempts at quiet gone. She ran clattering down like a frightened schoolgirl. She made the great front door, pulled it open with desperate hands, and stumbled outside into the sudden gloom of early evening. Her heels turned on the rough stone of the driveway, hurting her ankles cruelly as she ran on. Despite herself and her fear at what she would see, she turned and looked back. But only the top of the house had brightness left upon it. The lower floor was shrouded in shadow. Somebody, or something, came through the door. Of that she was sure, and as she plunged on the road into the forest that lined it, she knew that whoever, whatever it was after her. Patricia Eldridge ran as any hunted creature does, without direction, for she did not know the woods or the terrain they covered, but her instinct made her seek the darker places in the already blackening woods, and she ran agilely with all the dexterity of her slim, strong young body, as though she were back thousands of years in time, and in some primitive race of long ago. The terror in her was a thing of civilization, though. The fears that crowded down upon her mind forced her heart rate even more than the strenuous activity of running. Behind, in the darkness, though now she turned not once to look, as if afraid of confirming her worst fears, the crashing sounds of her pursuer were unmistakable. An outflung branch caught her across the face, cutting her cheek and her mouth, but she ran on, barely slackening stride, feeling the moistness of blood on her face. Somewhere inside of her was the strong logic that if she could run far enough and fast enough, she would come out of this nightmare, come to another house, a road with cars, somewhere, anywhere, with people. She fell then, tripped by an unseen root or rock, and sprawled heavily, full length, the wind whooshing out of her. She scrambled to all fours, regained her feet, and went on, but there was faintness in her now, and light-headedness that played tricks with whatever sense of direction she might have had. From the sounds behind, her pursuer was closer. She thought of Ray and 3-year-old Robbie, and how much they needed her and loved her, and of what pathetic uselessness all that was now. She came into a little clearing, and thankfully, oh God, thankfully, there was a rude building of sorts ahead, a shack or cottage. She breathed a prayer and threw the rest of her strength into a forward lunge, but she had overestimated her failing powers. Again she tripped and fell very heavily. Her chest was crushed. Her breath became fire, put out finally, as the dark ground and the silent black trees came together beneath and over her. When Pat came to, it was to feel with relief a hard wooden floor beneath her, and the man bending over her was, why, he was some sort of policeman, off duty perhaps, but the midnight blue serge of his dress was unmistakable. She struggled to get up, and he helped her, his strong hands gentle despite their size. Profound relief battled with the awful terror and panic she felt so recently. For a while, Pat could say nothing, and then, because prosaic things came so much more easily than the myriad questions in her mind, she asked, "Can I sit on your toolbox here?" He nodded, and she sat there, fighting to regain composure, seeing that her hands were still trembling, and then finding the self-control to say, Something was chasing me out there. I don't know who or what. I guess I fell and fainted." He nodded. "You're all right now," he said. His voice was gruff and large as the man himself, and in the largeness she felt a warm security. Here, but a few moments ago, there had been nothing in her but terror and desperation as the result of that horror and a terrible cold reconciliation when there seemed there was no escape. Pat fluttered her hands and tried to stand up. "Thank you so much. I wonder if you could help me. Show me how to get back to the house. I don't even know what time it is. The taxi-man's coming and—" She started to rise, and weakness almost took her legs from under her. Patricia sank back on the box. He nodded his head as though in agreement with her decision. "You'll feel better after a bit, I dare say." He turned to something he was brewing on a small stove, and she saw gratefully that a coffee pot percolated there. After a while, he brought a cup over to her. "Milk's all I've got," he said apologetically. He watched her drink the coffee, and she noticed what kind sky-blue eyes he had. She set the cup down, thanked him again. "You're a policeman. Is this your home or—" "Outpost," he supplied laconically. She wondered if he had a pretty wife and a 3-year-old like Robbie. Patricia had enough interest now to look around the cottage. It was filled with man stuff. There were a couple of animal traps in the corner, tools, a lantern, and on the wall a rifle and a policeman's cartridge belt, with what looked to be a holster. She asked him about the house, her house, theirs, Ray's and Robbie's. Sure, he knew it. Knew it well. In fact, did you know, he'd lived there once for a short piece himself. He smiled wryly. He'd lost his wife there. She was contrite, even as he answered. There had been a couple of tenants since then. Families? No. 2 single folks. One a policeman. What, another policeman? She didn't think of the law as having enough money to own a place like that. Well, you know, in some periods when houses stood untenanted. Skip it. And Mrs. Leclerc, an older woman. He became a little more loquacious. Always thought it was better to have that place empty. She could understand that, and she dropped the issue, after his wife and all. Poor man, poor lonely man, with those sky-blue eyes that were wide, almost like a child's. Irrelevantly, it made her think of that line from Gilbert and Sullivan. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. Patricia was feeling better. The coffee was strong and good, and its heat had spread strength through her veins and limbs. "I think I could try getting back now," she said dutifully. "Could you show me?" "I'd have to," the man replied. "Gracious, it certainly is lonely around here. What do you suppose—" The question had been nagging at her. "What do you suppose— Who do you suppose it was after me out there? I shouldn't think—" She gave a small laugh. "That Belmore would have much of a crime problem." "Hard to tell," was his only reply. She guessed he knew his job. For all she knew, he'd routed her pursuer when he'd come upon her outside this cottage. The dial on her wristwatch nagged her. It was getting late. In fact, the taxi-man would have come and gone, or come and be waiting at the house. She'd already missed the train she'd planned on taking, and Mrs. Brown might have visited and would be worried that she wasn't there. You can't take somebody like this off his beat or duty or whatever they call it in the country, she reasoned, and it was important to her as it would be to Ray to get off on the right foot in this community. Country people aren't the same as their urban cousins. They did things, well, pretty much when they got around to them, foregoing the feverish tempo of the city dweller. She thought it over carefully, and finally said, almost tentatively, "If you'd give me a lantern, show me the way and just start me off, I'm sure I could—" He was silent for a moment, as though he mulled it over, and then he shook his head determinedly. "No," he said. "No, that wouldn't do." She waited, thinking that chivalry was warring with duty in his case. When he said nothing more, after a reasonable length of time, she put in again, "Really, I do have to start back. How far are we from the house, or a road?" He was tinkering in the corner, and she rose from the toolbox almost impatiently now. He was humming to himself, and it irritated her a bit, even through the gratitude she'd felt for his help earlier. It was as though her time, her appointments and responsibilities were as nothing to him. Oh, these country people. There was, she supposed, nothing to do but to humour them and let them take their own time. Did he think she was ungrateful, or did he, like so many rural characters, resent her because she was from the city? She realized the news gets around in a small place, and that by now everybody in Belmore would know about the Eldridges, city folks who'd bought the empty house in the valley. But still, this was hardly fair. He was, well, quite maddening. "Please," she said, with an edge of sharpness in her voice. He left the corner, and whatever small, irrelevant task he'd been doing there. He shrugged his massive shoulders and said, "Well, guess I've got to go to work." So he was going on duty, perhaps, and had wanted to take her at the same time. Despite herself, the toe of her high-heeled shoe tapped impatiently against the oversized toolbox she'd been sitting on. He crossed leisurely to the wall and took down the cartridge belt, hooked it carefully around his great girth. She saw then that the cartridge loops were empty, and what she'd supposed was a gun holster was, instead, a knife sheath from which protruded the bone handle of a hunting blade. He turned and walked toward her slowly, one hand hooked casually under the belt where the sheath hung. How blue his eyes were, she thought, and then he said almost apologetically before he reached her, "You see, Mom, I'm really not a policeman, and that—" He'd reached her side then and kicked at the large toolbox with his big shoe. "That isn't really a toolbox." He grasped her wrist in one huge hand and raised the lid of the box, even as she murmured almost stupidly, for it seemed so trivial, "You're not a policeman?" He raised the lid more, and pushed her ever so gently forward to look within the chest. "He's in there, ma'am, along with Mrs. Leclerc." He let the cover of the box fall with a thud and stepped closer to Patricia Eldridge. She didn't even have time to be frightened. Murder Man by Ewan White. The sun, like any April sun, made its way cautiously between showers, putting its early spring warmth here and there across the land in patchwork squares. In the country, greenness came out, the precious firstborn of a new season. In the city, people came out, worn by the winter, used up and tired and stiffened by the chill blasts, out now blinking in the new, friendly light. One of these people was Max Vollmer. Maximilian, his mother had named him, in that strident burst of post-birth enthusiasm and hope that is as strong in a slum district flat as a Florida estate. Vollmer was a thinnish man in his late 40s, probably indistinguishable from so many of the others who scurried across streets, down subway kiosks, up L stairs to work, and home to some drear hovel at night to gather strength for the next meaningless day. There are millions of Vollmers living their lives out with hardly an awareness even of the passage of time, so intent are they on the tiny task or duty or urge of the moment. Each, of course, as with all of mankind, thinks himself quite different, endowed with superior qualities than those of his fellow creatures who, in turn, feel the same way about him. It is man's inbred sense of individuality that enables him to survive, for mostly he does, the cogwheel, assembly line, loud and ill-mannered absurdity that is present-day life. But this Max Vollmer was different from the other millions of Vollmers, whatever their names might be, because of one greatly distinguishing feature. This Max Vollmer was planning a killing that he would surely carry through, and one which the police would not solve. There are many humans walking the dusty, unsatisfying paths of life who think of murder, who, when you see them smile, are smiling at the delicious thought of destroying another human being. All the people you'd never suspect, and some you would. But these people, most of them, keep their murderous hates against life and other humans to themselves, for they know with primitive instinct that to action the impulse means not only the end of someone else's life, which is fine, but also their own, not so good, while a fumbled attempt means an even more restricted incarceration than the four walls of their grubby little homes. With Max Vollmer it was different. He had thought this proposition over for too long to be turned away from it. He had pondered it on his way to work, and as he came home at night, one among the hurrying thousands upon thousands, but accompanying him, this dread secret. Strangely, the one who was to be killed was not much thought of. Vollmer, exercising the godlike privilege of the killer-to-be, was concerned only with the time, the method, and the tantalizing proposition of completely fooling the authorities. For this, then, was to be the one perfect thing in a lifetime of imperfection. The too large family he'd been born into, the lack of money, of food, of care, all so imperfect. The public school growing up, the struggle, always the struggle, and then the best job, not at all good, that could be gotten, and the day, week, month, year monotony of that. To understand the whole dreadful scheme that would end in death, you would have to understand the whole tragedy of being a Max Volmer. A medium size, less than average in all qualities, including luck, unprepossessing in every way. A child, a boy, and a man not once smiled on by fortune, either in the endowment of natural characteristics, or the good breaks which would serve to minimize the lack of these. Many Volmers go wrong very quickly, and therefore do not join the throngs that crowd the streets and paths of this community and that. A car job, a quick snatch at a corner store, starting with clubs and knives, graduating to guns and plots more elaborate. These Volmers are weeded out fast. They fill the grey, faceless tiers of penitentiaries across the world, and they themselves become faceless, with their identity whittled down to a number. Others, of less physical or mental vigour, see less of life and are saved from some of life's burdens by the burden of their very own illnesses, and they too travel the inexorable way across the stage of life, which after all is a very poor figure, for life is no stage, and nobody watches. That is it. Nobody cares as we slip in and out. Volmers have cars and buy houses, woo girls and marry them and have children. But all the time they are predoomed to indistinguishment, and saved by their universal anesthesia from the dreadful knowledge of that fact. But here one of them, Max Volmer by name, was distinguished enough to know some of these things, to have a glimmering of them which made him unlike the rest, and worthy of a story. Knowing, in him, did precisely what knowing does to most people. For of course, if there is one thing sure, it is that ignorance is bliss. Knowing made him naggingly unhappy. Unhappy, that is, until the perfect solution came to him, until the strong emotions could be channeled into a new direction, into burning, overwhelming hatred, as the alpha and omega of all of life and of the universe, which, after all, was no bigger than he was. And the perfect solution was, quite simply, the perfect crime. He would commit it. The killing would right all wrongs. This was what drove Max Volmer on, what brought him through the noise-stained, dirt-stained nights of the city, what sent him on his way in the grey, diffused light of early morning to his stand-up breakfast, that took his thoughts from the awful faces of the crowd, in the subway, at work, everywhere. Those faces bobbing and ducking through the streets, carried along at incredibly eccentric paces by the peripatetic bodies that propelled them, tired faces, thin and fat, drawn, over-made up, sagging, jouncing with the impact of heel on the infernal sidewalk. And the eyes made him think of the eyes have it. The eyes, fish eyes, mackerel and cod, cold eyes and calculating eyes. Occasionally the brown, hurt puppy dog eyes of someone who hadn't been here very long, and wouldn't be. For you got like those others, or left, or perished. The victim, Volmer never thought of him by name, was a man of 47, a good age for such an event as was about to befall him, a good age to write finis to that life. The whole set-up delighted Volmer, as though he had existed for this alone, for perhaps he had. The monotony of life dropped away, and began the supreme adventure of planning this creative effort of destruction. Max Volmer became blessed with a peculiar sixth sense. A deep sensitivity developed, he thought, belied by his nondescript, one-like-millions face. It seemed now as though he were in league with forces beyond the ordinary ken. When he sat in a movie house, he thought he noticed the way people sitting near him would regard him with sudden but surreptitious interest. His next-door neighbour at the stand-up breakfast place, his co-worker at the office, the tired other sheep people who lived in the old, creaking, smelling rooming house where he existed. Max had the feeling that these people knew, sensed that he was different in ways they could not analyze, and that their knowing was a form of respect. But it pleased him to realize that they could not possibly guess his secret, as they said, "Pass the mustard" to him, and eyes held together for a flickering instant. He could root them to the spot by telling, cement them forever in that one place by revealing what he was going to do, but left it unsaid for each to go his own way into the maw of the city, to forget there in its throng and bustle all thoughts and dreams but the sheer, instinctive survival ones. But with Volmer, it was different. He never forgot. The beauty was the way the police would be fooled. Those bumbling, self-important idiots who were fit merely to stand on windswept street corners and misdirect traffic. The law, in a way, was symbolic of all the things that Max Volmer detested. The police, in or out of uniform, represented man's hypocritical conscience, man's inbred distrust of himself. If there was, for instance, a church where one spoke of the freedom of the human heart and spirit, there would surely be a policeman on the corner of the street making sure there would be no freedom of heart or spirit. For freedom was, after all, doing exactly what you wanted to do precisely when you wanted to do it. And isn't all of civilized life and its rules formulated against just that? So Max Volmer was sure. When a man kills, he is really free. And he is free in those quiet, whispering moments when the act belongs only to the killer and the victim, and is locked up forever as the last page of the snuffed-out life, and the silence of the night, before the deliciousness has been shared with the hungry hordes that live on the vicarious sensations of their tabloids, and with the minions of the law who are policemen because they lack the courage of the criminal, yet still must be close to violence. That is the exquisite moment that makes all the dullards worth the pain and insufferability. Even the dead, the victim's legion, must know a kind of strange victory in this triumph over the usual, the mundane and the man-ordered ways of their lives, which prescribe gallstones or cancer or an errant bus or atom bomb as being good and quite moral, but this as being bad. This, then, was the final victory, and the very horror of society, the smackings of their satisfaction over the thing, the agencies set in motion to catch the wayward human who had dared, yes, dared to do other than wait for the gallstones, the cancer, the misguided auto, the atom bomb, dared, and in so daring freed both himself and the victim. Max Volmer had chosen as murder weapon a razor. Not the much-advertised safety kind, with fancy streamlining rhapsodized by the subway posters, poor, fang-drawn, impotent device. Instead, he would use a fine, old-fashioned, weren't old things always the best despite commercials, straight-edged one, the kind still found in barber shops. Volmer had thought over the possibilities of all lethal weapons, and this appealed to him the most. And a razor was better than a knife. It had more subtlety. It was a flute as against a tuba, a rapier instead of a broadsword. The sweet, clean pain of a razor cutting was a pure virtue. A razor slicing, cutting deep, had the cleansing quality of fire. And Max had thought of fire for the victim, but that is improbable. How could a perfect crime be committed with the use of fire? Fire-controlled was a beautiful thing, but it blossomed and mushroomed and soon lost its personalized intimacy. No, it would be a razor, and the site was important. That, too, had been decided. A nighttime pier in the deserted dock district. A place left by the roustabouts and herky-derricks and cursing after working hours, visited only by darkness, by fog and water smell, and the eerie cries of river traffic moving their red and green and white lights up and down the great bosom of the ageless current out there beyond land's reach. A razor could be dropped so easily into the deep water off the pier side, and nothing so small would ever be recovered. And the extra pair of shoes, they would go down too. Heavy shoes they were, and most important to the whole scheme. Sundays, daytime, Max Volmer had gone near the pier, by it, around it, not wanting to be seen or noticed by the Sabbath-day couples who love-strolled or the bums who lounged. The one chance in a million that if he walked boldly out on the rough wood planking, someone might say later, "Yes, I remember this man." But there was not to be even the one chance in a million. So Volmer noticed all the details he had to notice from the inconspicuousness of afar, and that was all that was necessary. It would be here that the final scene would be played in all its intensity, with the dark and the sounds of the river as audience, and the dark water as juror. The blackest night came finally on the heels of unimportant days and other meaningless nights. After work, and how did those other fools know the importance of today as they worked beside him, with their crude jokes and talk about stupid things like women and poker and the fights? Volmer took himself home to prepare. The extra pair of shoes had to be cunningly weighted. The razor was newly sharpened and secured in his thin, grey overcoat. Nobody at the bedraggled rooming house with its bedraggled people paid any mind to the comings and goings of the other inhabitants. Volmer slipped out of the door unseen some time before 11. He took a subway downtown. At that hour it was not crowded, and when he reached his stop, he rose to street level alone. He stood for a moment in the little puddle of light from the kiosk, got his bearings, and then plunged into the dark, deserted streets. These thoroughfares were unused at night. They were poor and squalid, dividing more desirable sections from the waterfront. Movie houses and bowling alleys and new construction had moved away from here. This part seemed to sleep in the memory of a long ago when the crumbling brick and masonry fronts had been new. Volmer went on more by instinct than sight, for it was very dark, but his feet told him the cobblestones were rougher, and the smell of dark, swirling water came strong to his nostrils. A streetlight bisected the gloom ahead and threw feeble yellow rays across the desolate street. Ahead, the light faded into the nothingness of space. The river was there, unseen but waiting, and the pier. Max Volmer went on until, from his many previous visits here, he could sense the exact directions he needed. The mouth of the pier opened out on a concrete foundation, but beyond that, stretching out over the tide, the wood planking was dirty with disuse. Footprints would show clearly from the moment one left the concrete. Volmer stopped on the cement part and listened, but there was nothing but the swirl of the water and the river sounds. He made sure of the pair of shoes and the razor. There were a few things he had to do. He'd thought them out, oh, so carefully. And now there was the final screwing up of courage, and it was like squeezing a tube of paste. For a while you squeezed and nothing happened, and then suddenly out would pop the substance of determination and resolve. Max Volmer did what he had to do with the weighted shoes. Then, standing just above where the tide lisped and murmured at the under-pier wood, there was another sound. The final rendezvous would be complete now, in a moment or so more. It was impossible to see anything in the impenetrable gloom. Sounds there were, but remote, as of the darkness and the water and traffic borne along its surface, things belonging to the night and the river. Soon now, soon, so soon. Volmer put his hand inside the pocket of the worn, grey overcoat and felt the reassuring handle of the murder weapon to be. His fingers on it tightened. He tensed at what could have been a sound of the wind. It would never do to have some blundering outsider stumble onto this scene now. His palm was sweat-slick, and he forced his hand against the cloth side of the pocket to dry it. Why was he nervous? It irked him ever so slightly, for this was the goal, the incentive that had guided him all these weeks and months. After planning this way, after holding his secret, after knowing his superiority over all the other poor fools, poor driven sheep that passed him by through the little moments of their lives, would he hesitate now? Not now. The breathing, living thing was at his side now, in the impenetrable darkness, where only the imagination could see and know. The other human was here. Volmer's hand, with the razor in it, straightened against the night and task, slipped so easily out of the grey overcoat pocket. He struck then, with the frenzy of a man born for just this minute. The razor touched cloth and parted it, caressed flesh and slitted it with thirst for the blood within. Volmer himself felt every sweet, clean thrill of the slashing strokes. He felt the solidity of an arm and struck at it. Other solids came before the steel and were shredded, stroke by stroke, blow after blow, until there remained in this weaving, drunken, monstrous hulk that had once been whole and human only the supremely enticing and virginal area of the throat. That too was fulfilled for ecstasy, a bubbling, gurgling ecstasy that slipped and slimed and then gaped so silently as the thing, once human, tottered and fell, no more than tree-like, to the kindred wood of the pier apron. For Max Volmer, this was the caress of 1,000 beautiful women, the embrace of sublime delight, and only now, at the very last moment before the end, did he, with a tiny flip of his hand, send the razor, so coated with bright fulfillment, even though unseen, into the night at pierside, where the river water plopped it down to the depths to wash and forget the shining red deeds stained there. This, the final act of complete accomplishment. And the wind that had been here and seen, the water that had flowed by and heard, these were gone far away after a time, away with the night. With light and morning, there was finally a person, then people, and then the police. They came, sirens screaming with the impotence and noise of recriminators after the act. They swarmed to the pier and repaid the dear curious who had called them by pushing them back as though by denying them the pleasure of looking. The thing there at Wharf's End would rise in all its grisly unhumanness and say hoarsely, "See, I'm all right again." Patrolmen waved nightsticks, sergeants glowered, and lieutenants of detectives thought. They noted the clear footprints, clear on the filth of the wood planking, the two pairs leading out to the end, the intermingling of prints, signs of scuffling there at the end, and the one set returning. Murder, the wise men of authority said positively and with distaste, for this was the kind of thing you don't solve. With a knife or razor, it was obvious, and those in blue who'd rolled him over and looked at the thing poorly hid by shredded clothes, the chest and arms and face and neck, they whistled, and somebody who'd seen a lot of these said, Somebody sure must have hated this guy to do a carving job like this on him. That was it. Just a grudge, not robbery. Blind, terrible hatred. For inside the worn, grey overcoat, what was left unshredded of it, was an equally worn wallet, $2 in it, and a card that said that this miserable, unwhole thing, to be bundled out of sight as soon as possible in the high, black morgue wagon, was once a human called Max Vollmer. They've Got a Killer View by Ian Gordon. 1. It wasn't about the money. Patricia Wolstenholme had always been blessed financially, the recipient of a sizable inheritance at an early age. Flying from one side of the globe to the other was but a turn of the page, a spin of the wheel, a pass of the time. She had done it all, gazed upon the salt flats of Bolivia, meditated in the quiet hills of Delphi, knelt before Buddha at the Red Palace at Patala, ambled along the ancient walkways of Angkor Wat. But as she flew further and further, she sank deeper and deeper into a quagmire of longing and futility. It seemed her days were merely the result of tiresome transactions, and try as she might, she couldn't rid herself of the sycophants that sought to fulfill her desires. False as old Judas, she would say, sans the noose. Vainly, she looked to the world of high fashion, and bought into go-go boots and stilettos. When the 60s ran dry, she looked to the hippies and the gauchos, but again she quickly grew tired of the drone. No, it couldn't be about the money. It was about her, a shifting of perceptions. Her wealth, or rather the prestige it brought, attracted knowledge of the rare and extraordinary, ideas appealing to those who had done it all. Whispers within the circle she moved hinted at a thrill like no other, the ultimate thrill, one of solemnity and euphoria. Patricia, a regular guest at the humanitarian events and social gatherings of the philanthropist and media mogul Edward Hoffman, would frequently eavesdrop. "They've got a killer view," Ted Hoffman had said, referring to what the tycoons of 1974 had dubbed God's Window. Big Ed proffered all manner of unlikely associations. He spoke of the explorer David Thompson, cuckoo sent to the natives, who had supposedly learned of the phenomenon during his navigation of the Columbia River, citing an encounter the mapmaker had once had with a medicine man in the mountains of British Columbia. Hoffman also referenced the occultist Aleister Crowley, who, whilst promoting his novel Magic, Book 4 in the United States, had supposedly caught a whiff of the rumors, subsequently investigating them to no avail. Ted even spoke of texts on Nazi mysticism that were said to mention it, further illustrating the allure of what was assuredly a rare and fascinating marvel. Patricia was sold. God's Window was the answer. But hard cash wasn't. Even Big Ed's billions held no sway over the Smiths. God's Window was exclusive. There was a waiting list, editions to which were reserved for those deemed worthy. The criteria were vague, and so Patricia sought the company of Hoffman's closest associates, one of which was rumored to be on the list. After months of inquiries, dinner dates, and supposed business meetings, Miss Wolstenholme was finally introduced to an individual with the influence necessary to secure a place for her on the list. The elderly gentleman, a retired industrialist from New York City, said there were no guarantees she would receive an invitation, and that there were terms, divisive terms, intended to discourage would-be attendees. But she had done it all, and was prepared to risk it all. 3 years passed before the then 42-year-old from Minneapolis was fortunate enough to receive an invitation. She was excited. For the first time in over a decade, she felt something. The Smiths had chosen her. She had cause to smile. The invitation, unabashed in its simplicity, read, Patricia Wolstenholme, you are formally invited to attend a viewing. 10 a.m., Tuesday, November 25th, 1986. RSVP form enclosed. Directions over leaf. Kind regards, the Smith family. Patricia received the invitation on Monday, July 11th, 1977. She would have to wait almost a decade to attend a viewing. 2. What strange years they were. The woman who had done it all found a new way to live her life. By 1980, she had rekindled her love of travel and spent many long years exploring the national parks of her native United States. She climbed the granite peaks of Yosemite and beheld the grandeur of General Sherman at Sequoia and Kings Canyon. Plunging into the desert, she stood among the Joshua trees and emptied her lungs into the Grand Canyon. The Great Basin bristlecone pines taught her the persistence of life, and she sat beneath them late into the evening, their withered limbs pointing towards the stars. She smiled at the achingly dry badlands, wept at the receding glaciers of Glacier National Park, and marveled at the colorful eye of the grand prismatic spring as it absently fell upon her at dawn. The money that had meant so little to her before now supported the National Park Service and the conservation of wildlife. It all made sense, and the countdown continued. In 1983, she rediscovered music, and the 48-year-old went with the times. The new wave romantics held her heart in their hands, capturing her imagination. The melancholy cry of the synthesizer addressed her yearning, whilst the poetic baritone of Roland Orzabal sang her isolation. There was honesty in the air. In the heat of the moment, in which melodies were king, Patricia Wolstenholme found love again in the words of Tears for Fears, Duran Duran, and A Flock of Seagulls. And still, the countdown continued. It was 1986, and like a connect-the-dots puzzle, Patricia began to draw the lines. Her philanthropy, her country, her music, and her memories merged to form an image both fascinating and wonderful, a vision of the girl from Richfield, her life but an intricate web of moments, the most colorful tapestry of all. Her life had purpose. She was fulfilled. But then, it was November. 3. The 51-year-old from Minneapolis set out on the long journey to the Smith estate. Over several days, she drove alone in her Cadillac to the east, through the Black Mountains of South Dakota, the Devil's Tower of Wyoming, and north into the Indian reservations of southern Montana. It was there, in the Rocky Mountains of the Treasure State, that Patricia Wolstenholme found herself ascending the precipitous back roads that led her away from civilization. As per the directions, she reached the steep track enclosed by spruce and fir trees, signposted Smith. The trees bent and bowed in reverent gestures, seemingly aware of both the secret beyond and the rare opportunity the destination had afforded her. Snow had fallen, and it was clinging to the branches and the verges of the track. But the sky above was clear, perfect conditions for a viewing. The Cadillac emerged from the tree line and pulled up before a set of vast iron gates. A further track beyond climbed to a rather modest-looking timber lodge, nestled between several ponderosa pines, perched atop a pinnacle. Several snow-capped peaks dominated the lodge, fencing it in. Undoubtedly, the idyllic property overlooked a grand ridge or valley to the rear. The roaming eye of a security camera fixed itself upon Miss Wolstenholme's car, and moments later the iron gates opened inward, urging her to proceed. Patricia wasn't entirely certain what it was she had expected to find. The circles in which she had once moved indeed described a secluded property, but their machinations had insinuated a degree of uniqueness, evoking images of spectacle and grandeur. And though the location was assuredly spectacular, with its towering pines, majestic bighorns, and expansive vistas of the Rocky Mountains, the property itself was little more than a log cabin. but it was what awaited her inside that would render her suppositions inert. Pulling up alongside a battered-looking jeep, she turned off the engine. The winter chill was immediately at the window. The fingers of Jack Frost tapped that inimitable seasonal melody. Emerging from the vehicle, she made a dash for the lodge. As she ascended the wooden steps, a tall, elderly Native American gentleman in a buckskin jacket, elaborate breechcloth, and feathered war bonnet greeted her on the porch. He nodded a salutation as old as time itself, and ushered her in, out of the cold. Patricia thanked the stranger, and stepped into the warmth of the lodge. The interior of the property was, in Miss Wolstenholme's mind, very typical: leather furniture, aspen log tables, pebble fireplace, and deer antler chandeliers. An exquisite grandfather clock met her gaze. Its ornate hands told her the time. It was 9:57 a.m. Patricia's host proffered the name Horse before leading her into a larger sitting area to introduce her to his wife. The pair were the long-time proprietors of the lodge, their lineage going back millennia. The girl from Richfield learned the Smith name was but a front, and she revisited those rumors pertaining to the mapmaker David Thompson and the medicine man he had allegedly conversed with along the banks of the Columbia River centuries before. Mr. Horse confirmed the appointment, specifying 10:23 as the commencement of her viewing. Little else was said. Protracted silences reigned. This unnerved Miss Wolstenholme, who, under considerable duress, was beginning to doubt the veracity of the situation. Eventually, Mr. Horse climbed to his feet and asked Patricia to accompany him. They strolled in the direction of the stairs, past the wooden owls and buffalo hides, and began to climb. Reaching the top of the lofty flight, Patricia was met by 3 colorful tapestries, each the result of extraordinary design and craftsmanship, in terms of tone and texture. But it was the leftmost of the 3, a vivid depiction of what was certainly a local alpine ravine, that brought her to tears. The delicacy of the weave, coupled with a truly sublime mastery of color, instilled in her feelings of immense solemnity and euphoria. She wept openly. But it wasn't yet 10:23, and this elegant tapestry wasn't what she had waited so long to see. Her host observed her tears and nodded perceptively. It was then that he revealed the true nature of the secret. The phenomenon was transient, he said, and as such, opportunities to gaze upon it were incredibly rare. He spoke of those who had come before, the rich and the poor, the vain and the desperate, each of them pleading for passage to that which none should ever wish to see. But he was neither judge nor jury, he said, and the decision was and would always be in the hands of the individual. Miss Wolstenholme learned that there had never been a selection process, no worthy or unworthy. It was just a test, a simple test of will. And there she was. Mr. Horse continued by speaking of his diligence and commitment to those who made the pilgrimage to his door, how he and his quiet wife tended to them both physically and spiritually throughout the experience. Patricia's host spoke with conviction, and his sentiments resonated with her on a level previously dormant. But she had to go on, had to see it with her own eyes. She was guided to a small door towards the back of the lodge. Mr. Horse opened it. Within was an empty room, dimly lit, with a large pair of green velvet curtains drawn together on the far side. The elderly gentleman walked her to the curtains and rested her hand upon the small wooden handle of a drawer-cord. Into her other hand he placed a vintage pocket watch. Its delicate hands displayed 10:14. "The window is brief," said Mr. Horse. "You must draw the cord at precisely 10:23, not a moment before. It will last approximately 40 seconds, though most folks conclude in 20. Be steadfast." And with those words, he retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. The heart of the middle-aged woman from Richfield was beating rapidly, eerily synchronized with the ticking of the gold watch in her hand. 10:15, 8 minutes. All she had to do was draw the cord, a simple motion really, to reveal that which she had sought her entire life, the ultimate thrill. But the doubt she had felt just minutes before clouded her judgment. She reflected upon her 51 years of life, conjuring memories both blissful and blue, looking to the past for an answer to her present predicament. Would it be everything she hoped it would be? Her definitive moment spent clutching an antique pocket watch in an empty room? 10:19. 4 minutes. Sweat streamed from her brow, and her breathing became erratic. But it didn't matter, for Patricia was certain such trivial human sensations would be rendered inert in the moments to follow. But was she certain? Life without loved ones, particularly parents and close friends, is a challenge all must eventually face. But regardless, the planets keep on spinning and the stars keep on shining. Wasn't the phenomenon merely a part of that bigger picture? 10:21. 2 minutes. Her life, the tumultuous journey she had endured for over half a century, wasn't the result of the phenomenon, nor was it the result of fate or destiny. It was the product of Patricia Wolstenholme's choices, the many paths she had chosen to pursue, in order to hike the mountains of the world, explore the forests of her native country, and to contribute to the sustenance of all things great and small over the preceding years. 10:22. 1 minute. No, it wasn't about the phenomenon. It was about her, a shifting of perceptions. Glancing at the watch in her hand, she stared as the second hand ticked relentlessly in the direction of 12. Her damp palm clutched the draw cord as the seconds disappeared, the countdown approaching single figures. 10, 9, 8. But she relented. Simultaneously, she dropped the watch and loosened her grip on the draw cord. The watch observed the passing of seconds 7 and 6 before it landed upon the polished wooden beams of the empty room and shattered into 100 pieces. Patricia Wolstenholme dropped to her knees, and once again she wept. In response to the commotion, Mr. Horsery entered the room and approached her swiftly. Helping her to her feet, he guided her out of the room, and once again closed the door behind them. "It was a test of will," he whispered. Patricia Wolstenholme smiled and savored the overwhelming sensations of solemnity and euphoria. Life would go on. God's window would remain open. Croatan by Malcolm Ferguson. I am being held in the case of the mysterious disappearance of my friend, John Saunders, whom I visited at the hospital of St. Anthony, outside Roanoke, Virginia. I will not be held long, because I am responsible neither for his disappearance from an escape-proof upper-story room, nor, for that matter, for the equally strange cause of his admission to that hospital room. For there are two mysteries, one inside the other. To begin with, it was a mystery why John Saunders lay sick, and that sick he, for the moment clairvoyant, should speak of matters he knew not, and hint gravely, in a voice not his own, of mysteries beyond his ken. I knew him well, having often visited his house and the nearby workshop from which emerged the painted tiles, the pottery ware, and more recently the glassware which made his reputation. I had watched these creations grow under the young man's deft hands. I had argued with him about the folk aspects of this work, or rather examined his knowledge upon the subject, being frequently surprised by the depth of interest and knowledge of the tall, blonde, boyish-looking young man. It was, in fact, only 2 days after I had left his house that I read the strange item in a Washington newspaper. There had been a fall of brown snow near Roanoke, a fall localized to a radius of about 4 miles. Brown snow. That was certainly odd, I thought, determining to call John up on the phone. No doubt he would go to the scene to study it. Surely he could identify the alien substance if anyone could. He answered the phone on his workshop extension. "Yes, I have some of the stuff under the microscope now," he replied to my query. "And it's like nothing else on Earth that I know of. The particles are apparently crystalline, though they change shape rapidly, their movements making them seem alive or imbued with a lifelike energy. I want to try some sort of spectroscopic examination on them next, though I don't know offhand how I'll go about it." Whether he made a spectroscopic examination of the particles or not, or the exact nature of his difficulties in doing so, I never asked him, nor would I have understood in detail if he told me. I had learned that this substance was mystifying John, and I felt that my curiosity didn't justify me in distracting him further at that moment. Then, too, I was quite busy in Washington, and heard nothing further until the newspapers announced 2 days later the sickness of John Saunders and 2 other men, a newspaper science editor and an amateur scientist, all associated, apparently, with the study of this brown snow. The next morning, a telegram arrived urging me to come to the hospital. I drove down early in the afternoon. Saunders, who had asked that it be sent, was apparently permitted to see me, though I marvelled that he wasn't put in isolation, his ailment being of undetermined nature and origin, and quite possibly contagious. I am no scientist, so I wondered why Saunders had called me instead of one of his friends among recent tech graduates. He was lying down in bed, quite pale, but in no apparent discomfiture at the moment. "Well," he said, our greetings over, "it caught me with my guard down. I expected radioactive elements and found no danger there. But germs, I had no way of guessing, or of detecting them without risk if I had guessed. So I found myself suddenly coming down with a violent chill. I was barely able to summon help. But, that isn't why I called you. I've been experiencing something quite alien to myself. It is as if my sickness called forth some urgent message. Hell, I'm not psychic or anything like that, but there seems to be something rational and also pretty urgent to it. So, if I can let myself relax and let this thing unfold without tightening up on myself as I naturally would if I were alone, maybe we can find out if it really is anything. Just in case this is lucid and of any account, I want you to get it down in shorthand. There are pencils and paper, my friend. You will forgive me, I hope, if this is babbling insanity. I am sure that it will be a relief to me if there is nothing to it. It is for you, then, to copy and record, and it is for me to prepare the apparatus, plug in, as it were, the electricity, and adjust the phonograph, so that if a record is inserted, it will be transmitted. Very well. My mind focuses, as before, on a beech tree, with the word Croatan crudely carved on it with a hasp knife. I know something of this. Maybe you too are acquainted with the grim jest of fate, wherein the last survivor seeks to express the enigmatic end of his tribe by carving letters on a tree trunk before his end also comes. His word can serve only to point up the mystery. Let us hold to this mystery, which I recognize as the sign of doom of the lost colony at Roanoke, here in Virginia in 1587, under Sir Walter Raleigh's patent. Perhaps the matter of the mystery will be thus. Surely we should know. For if it happens again, and well it might, there might be none left on the face of the earth to puzzle over the few hastily scribbled words of the last to be snatched up, and that would be ironic too. It would be the ultimate irony, deserving to outlast paper, beech bark, and even the slow-crumbling face of stone, a cryptic Croatan, or whatever the word would then be, unread in empty continents, one word nearer an explanation than the empty shells of New York, London, Paris, Moscow. Yes, we are on the trail. My hunch has hit it. We are on the low shores of Roanoke, in what was to be Virginia. John Saunders' voice changed somewhat at this point, being a little less polished, more rough and ready. I was busy transcribing, and could not notice it too closely. I continue, without the burden of quotation marks, the story that John Saunders dictated to me from the hospital bed. In the autumn of 1587, our party of 89 men, 17 women, 2 children, and the newborn Virginia Dare watched the ships of the Virginia Company put out to sea. Most of us stood by the shore until the ships had disappeared over the horizon. Then, just as the sails dropped from sight and we were turning back, tiny Virginia Dare commenced to cry, a piteously small noise against the vast expanse of sea and woods. For my part, I felt in that moment the loneliness and weight of work of the winter ahead more than at any other time before. We would indeed have our hands full until the return of the ships, due to arrive a year hence with good supplies and capable colonists to add to our numbers. It was as carpenter that my name went down on the register, Amos Martin, carpenter, and I was busy from dawn until dark, and sometimes by torchlight for even longer, working with axe and adze, saw and sledge completing the necessary buildings, amassing firewood, and building fishing vessels. Others, women as well as men, were busy hunting and trapping, and gathering such herbs and mushrooms as they could be sure of in a new world. Still others were out fishing. 4 of us, all bachelors, shared one log hut, with a stone chimney in whose fireplace we did our cooking, using a number of devices contrived by Ashur Dakin, the large, amiable, bearded blacksmith who slept on the balsam boughs of the bunk below me. At first, we were fortunate in that our work went well, and our health remained good. Nothing beyond comprehension had then assailed us, either from the vast width of water behind us, nor the unknown forest before us. Work was our friend against the natural uneasiness that was otherwise our portion, with winter approaching. Do you know the feeling of waiting that comes before a snowstorm? The air is arush with the countless tiny particles. One night was ominously like that. If only that night had brought nothing but snow with it. The next morning the sky was clear, and on the ground 6 inches of snow had fallen. It was a strange, brown snow, with particles of some sort in it. As we gathered in the clear air that morning, we asked one another whether this was the kind of snow to expect in the new world. I have reason to remember that snowstorm well, for from the time of its descent we were in the custody of unknown and baleful forces. Not that there was any marked change as we stood at the doors of our huts and surveyed the snow-covered ground, but during the day some of us felt uneasy. I know I did. 4 times I saw from the corner of my eye alien black blobs in rapid flight, waist-high, going 50 feet before I lost sight of them. That night began the epidemic of chills and fevers that put to bed an increasing number of us. We were thus burdened with the problem of keeping one well person in each hut to look after the others, and above all to keep the fires going. The first 2 weeks were terribly hard for sick and well alike. It was then that something occurred that terrified me so that I could not decide whether my reason or my memory were affected. I went to the spring one evening, carrying 2 buckets and an axe to cut the ice, in the chance that it had frozen since the last man had chopped it. There I met a man whom I had never seen before. I gasped, "Who are you?" He replied, "Charles Swain." "What, you don't know me, Amos Martin?" I stammered something about being tired, so that I hardly knew myself. The man acted as if he understood, and passed off my original ignorance as a fault of overwork. I looked at him as I filled my buckets. He wore his clothes strangely, with an exactness as if they were costumes and alien to him. His face was strangely pale, and its lines and wrinkles had an unnaturalness to them, as if they had been erased by some shock and come back awry. He stood there, presumably waiting to fill 2 buckets of his own, though I'm sure I don't remember, for I was preoccupied by the unhuman strangeness in his pose and manner, which I could not understand, but could only ask myself, what in hell is so horribly wrong here? If you had been aboard the ships with fewer than 200 men, and then ashore with 89, as I had, you would know each of them by name so that you could call them off. That is exactly what I did. I counted as I walked back with my 2 full buckets, and I had 89 names without Charles Swain. And yet the man knew my name. He was surely no Indian. He acted as if he belonged, his errand at the spring being presumably as legitimate as my own. I told Ashur Dakin of my strange encounter. He knew of no such man either, by name or description. He thought, quite naturally, that I might be suffering from the unknown epidemic, a thought which I had conceived of, but rejected as unlikely, for I had not felt dizzy, nor as if the core of me were frozen, as all the others had. Were these things to be expected in the new world? Brown snow, a strange plague, the coming into being of a strange man, or his semblance? One would know if one were back in England. One would know indeed with fear, but who could say here, or where could one seek among writings? Perhaps the snows are often brown here, and mean nothing, or that one adapts oneself to the plague and can defy its hurtful humours. Perhaps. Then came the first of the plague deaths, coming in the cold night, and only after the moment of death's impact was it recalled that those who gathered in the night, and likewise those who in the morning interred the body in the sea, had seen a man whom they did not know among their number. There was then a belated alarm, and there was greater credence of my account of meeting Charles Swain. Some attempts were made to link the death with this man's appearance, though no headway could be made with this idea. During the next 5 days there were 7 deaths, and several times he who called himself Charles Swain was seen, though he avoided seizure largely by the unexpectedness of his appearance. Ashur Dakin saw him leaving one hut. Rufus Pinchbeck met him while hurrying to the Lisbries, where a woman had died. Once Alan Duncan came toward his cabin with an armful of firewood, and saw Charles Swain leaving. Duncan dropped the wood, and futilely hurled one stick after another at the departing figure, who leered like Silenus over his shoulder. And Duncan pursued him, though with no success. Returning, he found that one of his cabin mates had died, and the other 2, both sick men, were nowhere in sight. Yet the snow bore only the trace of Charles Swain's footprints, coming and going. After that, we went armed. Occasionally at first there was hope of help from Indians, those near us being friendly. But now they shunned us, and we saw them only extremely rarely, and then in apprehensive flight. Our meetings were desperate affairs, with far-fetched plans hazarded and rejected. It was at one of these, however, that the idea was considered that Charles Swain was not human, but something which had borrowed human form, evil, the pestilence that walketh. Among us then was death, and yet more terrifyingly, disappearance, for there was no trace of the 2 men who had been plucked from the snowbound cabin. I talked with an older man, Walter Pinchbeck, an able husbandman, and something of a scholar who was stricken with the plague. What he said was not sense, I thought then, but I remembered it. I have dreams that terrify me in a way that no thought of death or aught else ever has. There is within me, I dream, a teeming host of tiny atomies, alive and aswim, that engineered this plague. Terrible behemoths, yet encompassed in each drop of my ichor. Their writhing is my torment. And these atomies, in turn, are but earthly projections of kindred life from far space. They are seeds, spawn, germans of space creatures. And I have seen them too, these space creatures, also alive and aswim, or afloat upheld in a vast, dense cloud of the brown particles which make the snow brown. Totally alien, they live within this cloud, not as we live on the earth, but suspended as in a sea, only a sea of dry particles. It is a fearful, blind world, and in my dream it was as if I went among ghosts. But most terrible of all were the creatures themselves. One came toward me, a huge tower of glossy leather, topped by numerous tentacles, which took the place of eyes and ears in that dense medium. Beyond the sense of feel, whatever senses and capacities this creature had must have been within itself, so that it could learn only by taking up smaller objects into the orifice at its top for examination, or by hitching itself with its flat base, clinging to any of the larger, lifeless objects, and somehow feeling and communicating with its kind. But of that I do not know, for it was then that my son woke me in a cold sweat. Shortly after this, Walter Pinchbeck, too, had vanished, and in the days that followed I thought of his unbelievable tale of atomies within him. Surely I had no such atomies within me, or of creatures haunting a cloud in the depths of space. Then, as time went on, I wasn't so sure in my disbelief. Perhaps a fever would make me feel, and then make me know things that I now doubted, and those things might some day be known to be so. Can anyone know the loneliness that was upon us? There were other deaths and disappearances, including as missing the two men who shared the hut with Ashur Dakin and myself. As Dakin and I committed a body to the waves, it seemed to me as if we had suddenly grown smaller against the vastness of the ocean and clear cold sky, with the solitary gull wheeling and crying overhead. We became moody. Each person wondered if the number of human faces he would live to see was becoming daily smaller. We ached for the old world, though I did hear conjectures that these strange times might somehow be affecting our homeland too. Then, late one afternoon, I returned to our hut. Inside the cabin was dark, coming in out of the snow. I saw a figure on the bench by the fire. I thought it was Ashur, and started to greet him, and then I saw with horror that it was not Ashur at all, but Charles Swain. Indescribable was my terror at that meeting, which by its absolute unexpectedness and the bold indifference of my adversary completely stunned me. I could only stand and gape, now noticing that Swain's neckcloth was missing, and the flesh of his throat showed signs of a rope's abrasion. "Well, Amos Martin, we meet again. Since this is obviously my doing, you must content yourself that you can do nothing about it, nothing but listen to your fate. For soon we from the great cloud and the outer marches of space will have taken those of your colony whom we have chosen. For your part, it is my grim jest that you be left alone after we have taken our desired number for experimentation, allowing that some will be broken in death. We are obviously choosing your little colony for our experiments because it will give us a working supply of human beings who will not be missed. Why should we raise a hue and cry? As for you, Amos Martin, one human, more or less." By then, I had put down the sack I was carrying, and with a dart seized up one of Ashur's hammers, and hurled it where I had last seen Charles Swain. Even before the hammer skittered futilely along the table, I saw that Charles Swain had gone. Mockingly, a pile of clothes were left. I ran. I hardly knew where, but at last I was tolling the bell in the community hall. When the men came, I gasped out my story, and we went up to my cabin. They listened with apparent belief and sympathy, I thought, and they saw the clothes on the floor as I had left them. But as time went on, and it was certain that Ashur too had vanished, and that 3 others had gone that same night, there was muttering against me, as if I were in league with this devilish Charles Swain and the unearthly forces. For I had been told that I was to live, and that they would die. But could not these people see that my fate promised no better than theirs? True, my chance of being rescued by the relief expedition would be the greatest, though somehow I felt the ships would never come in time. I knew that it would be diabolic to wait as the slash of fate cut all around. Once again our numbers were heavily cut. I did what I could along with the rest, but more than once the sick refused the cup which I held at their lips, and more than once I was warned off with threats. Some of the cooler-headed men of the colony came to see me, and they expressed concern that I was becoming more of an outcast in the eyes of their colleagues when another pair of hands was so earnestly needed. There was little they could do, they and I realized, understanding that despair was undermining reason. There were now barely 40 persons left in the colony, and all of them were men. And I could help no longer, for desperation had made many of the remaining men little better than beasts as concerned me. So I fretted and stirred impatiently, realizing that I was thought of as lurking here, a warlock scheming evil in my solitude, or possibly harbouring the evil genius, Charles Swain. And then one night there was a clatter at my door, and young Pinchbeck burst in. "You'd better leave, Amos Martin. They're coming to hunt you down. Grab what you can and run. There, now I've told you. I better not be here when they come." Was it cowardice that made me set to work gathering up what I needed? I wondered at the time whether I should wait it out. However, I set about packing, impelled to flee with the little I could gather quickly. I didn't know when they would attack the cabin, but believed I would have a good chance of taking my hastily gathered supplies and skirting camp to an inlet where I could get a rowboat. Believing I should put 10 miles between us, I chose as my destination an island we had called Croatan, for thus the Indians had named it. I found the boat all right, and had rowed 5 miles when I saw a glow from the camp that I believed was my cabin burning. What misguided souls, wasting their precious substance thus wrathfully and vainly. Now indeed, I reflected, they would surely think me a warlock for escaping them, and I would be outcast indeed. For the next week I was busy building a passable shelter, as well as hunting and fishing. My struggles to live were occupying me again, though I still fretted about the colony and longed to be with my fellow men again, deluded though they were. Now I made no attempt to hide. I had merely removed myself, feeling that I should not let my blood be shed too readily, and my axe blows rang freely. If anyone chose to kill me, they might do so, merely at the expense of search and contrivance. Finally, my yearning to be among men impelled me to return by boat to the mainland, and, afoot, to the edge of camp. I took up a number of positions and watched to see who remained alive. Watching all morning, I could count only 12 men, and allowing for those absent hunting or otherwise occupied, I felt their numbers had dwindled to 30. So I returned to my camp, cold, hungry, and in anguish at the lot of my fellow men. On the 6th day following, I was out hunting, and heard a shot nearby. I placed myself in a likely position, and soon saw it was young Pinchbeck. I hailed him. He was startled both at being hailed and at finding me still alive. He was extremely nervous and apprehensive in talking to me. Obviously, the mounting anxiety of the men was wearing him down, for I knew what a terrible thing the restlessness of a doomed group is. There are 24 of us alive now. Edgley drowned himself, and Thomas went mad and was killed. The plague seems to be over, and no one else dies from it. They just disappear. And some of those who remain are dangerous in their desperation, unwilling to work, drinking liquor when they find it, and brooding murder on anyone whom they fancy a Jonah. And then he begged me that he might stay with me, urging that it would be as if he had disappeared, and he would thus be saved from the fear-crazed men, for neither he nor I were of a humour that made for such madness. I accepted his offer. Maybe I was wrong, but I accepted. Thus to draw from the strength of the main body seemed sinfully wrong to me, yet I was grateful to have young Pinchbeck's company. And perhaps, I argued, he might somehow escape through this change of scene. For all this while I believed the hateful prophecy of Charles Swain, that I alone would linger alive. So we two lived apart for 3 weeks, as under our occasional observation the desperate colony dwindled more alarmingly. Then one evening, as we gathered wood for the fire, Pinchbeck, who was between me and the fire chopping at a log, dropped his axe and screamed, clawing at his shirt. Suddenly, he was no longer there, nor was there any use searching, for I knew that the earth no longer held him. That night I wept, and under the vast, clear, starlit sky I cried out at the terrible void. I don't know what I did. I was distraught. The air seemed to weigh heavily about me and yet be limitless, and I felt that ruthless, unearthly creatures observed my every move, seemingly touching and handling me as surely as if I were in some unimaginable marketplace. The depths of the air swallowed my screams, and I knew not whether the creatures heard me and mocked, or whether I went unheeded. The next morning, weakened in mind and body, as if only a spider web held me from the collapse of the one or the other, I went back to the colony. I drew my boat up on the beach. I walked up the path to the community hall. No one was in sight. I cried out. No one answered. I broke into a sprint and staggered from cabin to cabin, peering at empty interiors, calling in vain. And then I opened the 6th cabin door. On the floor was a man, white-haired, outstretched, writhing. I rushed forward and clasped him to my bosom, but the man to whom I opened my heart was hopelessly crazed, I saw. He whom I had known as Darius Malum, a 20-year-old youth, lay gibbering incoherently, his whitened hair and fumbling, useless hands a jest to me. I went no further in my search, but stayed, seated on a bench, watching the brain-broken creature on the floor. I knew that he was the last man. And as I sat there, face in hands, in utter despair, the voice of Charles Swain spoke from the idiot lips of the unheeding man on the floor. So, you came back. You are now the witness and the listener, and this is as it chanced through our contriving. One mortal was to stay, we agreed, so that if none of the others were carried across successfully, we would come here instead, as I did, taking the form of Charles Swain from a hanged body which I plucked from an English gibbet. You see, we who live within the great cloud, whose particles are like that which you saw in your brown snow, have not senses like yours, our mode of living being quite different. We have taken human beings to study their structures, that we can will adaptations in our own, or possibly take over the earth, after clearing it of its mortals and other uncongenial elements. Oh, there are various courses open to us, as long as we're careful. Thus we prudently leave alone the main body of mankind to pick this colony. You, however, I shall use for one more experiment." Then Darius Malum was again incoherent for a moment. But suddenly he gripped my ankle, stared straight at me, uttered my name, and was gone. Gone, and I alone remained. It is strange that the will carries on when the mind no longer can. I left that cabin and, going to a beech tree nearby, hastily carved the word Croatan on its bark with my hasp knife, hoping that men from the rescue ships would see it and come. And with faltering feet I left the colony for my island retreat, taking nothing with me, caring little what would come to pass. Numb. I remained there, my mind mercifully dulled so that I was quite beyond minding the solitude and existing through habit. Fortunately, winter was quite over, and living was easier, though my nerves made me a poor marksman, being afraid instead of eager to shoot when I heard a noise in the underbrush or sighted game. I avoided camp still, doing without its supplies, though realizing that in time I would have to return or add measurably to the burden and futility of my labor. I held out until late summer before I went back to the colony to fetch supplies, choosing a warm, sunlit morning for this unpleasant scavenging. I had drawn my boat up handily on the beach, and entering the nearest hut quickly chose an armful of necessary items. Thus laden, I turned. I had reached the doorway when I saw it. My God, but the horror I saw there, the vast, leathery horror, topped by a ring of tentacles, with a gaping orifice in the center of this top, a towering 20-foot height looming up scarcely twice its length from me. I clung to the sides of the doorframe, my knees refusing to support me. I must be mad, I told myself over and over. This thing cannot be. But it was there, twisting and posturing on its base, now towards me, now away. How I broke away, kicked clear my utensils, and swung shut the door, I will never know. I know only that I am inside, leaning against the door which I have barred. I hear strange noises outside, rubbings against the log walls, a weird, throaty humming, out of which wail strange syllables. And now, as I hastily shred up the blanket, the voice of Charles Swain comes clearly. "So now you have seen me as I am, and I have shown myself that I can appear visibly on this earth. Even as I am, I will still be, when one day the race of man is no more, and we have come. But now I have twisted my blanket rope, and made it fast to the rafter. But wait, I must prevent my body being used, as was that poor unfortunate's on the gallows back home. Yes, fire will do it, if anything will, if only time permits. There, a blaze now, another, now 2 more. Now a kick of the stool, and Roanoke is no more, and Croatan yields nothing either. But I can hold no longer, save in seeking death." Slowly, the figure of John Saunders on the hospital bed began to stir, the mind to come back into its own. "Well, was it babbling idiocy that we heard?" I nodded negatively. "Do you think that it was an unconscious rationalization of my own of this virus-bringing brown snow?" "I don't think so, John, since it is hardly likely your mind would work out unaided a number of details. Consider, for instance, that the deaths yielded to the disappearances, which occurred to me later as likely if this cosmic cloud spawn were engaged in kidnapping the colonists. Their earlier attempts would be less likely to succeed than their later, naturally, and deaths would result. Then, too, the brown snow itself, and your own sickness cannot be denied, and remain to be explained. Yes, but we can hardly depend upon ourselves to come up with the correct solution to such phenomena out of hand. It's worth consideration, though. Imagination is often the father of invention, if we can allow, as here, that projection is part of it. Let us agree, then, to this story's validity, since it seems unlikely that a new virus could come from an earthly source thus late in the game of cataloguing, and more likely that it came from space. As to the possibilities of a cosmic cloud harboring a higher form of life, that is admittedly new to me. But if these things are so, we must begin to venture preventative steps. We have advantages. These cloud creatures are predisposed by their more limited senses to inductive reasoning, whereas we can use deductive reasoning more fully. We may be able to immunize ourselves, and I think we will find that projection of impulses to their cloud, if the cloud can be found in good time, as is likely, may be effective. I think that both electricity and fire may be inimical to them. John Saunders was going to add something, but stopped, his features suddenly contorted, galvanized, into an alarming rictus. And then it was that I made an error that may have proved fatal, for in a moment a voice from John Saunders said, urgently, "Open the window quickly, for heaven's sake!" And I turned to do so. Fool that I was! For in the moment that my back was turned, something materialized in that hospital room, seized up a water pitcher, and knocked me senseless. Something I dimly remember glimpsing from the corner of my eye before I went down, like the mummified figure of a man, head a-loll, and the dried flesh of his neck twisted and pulled awry, as if by a hangman's noose. When I recovered consciousness, John Saunders was gone, and I now realized that possession of his mind came just before his injunction about opening the window. There are forces loose in the world that must be controlled. I fear that the acute mind of my friend John Saunders will be sorely missed in time to come. Stranger at Dusk by Malcolm Kenneth Murchie. You're a little child again. The sun is a warm part of you, the air that touches you and fills you inside, the sounds that you will remember forever. That rumbling from the elevated that seems always to be there, or going or coming, but silent only in the silences of the night, when your ability to hear is also stilled. The call of the flower vendor, shrill with the want for telling about those new fragile tears of growing colour on his rickety wagon pulled by the old horse who knows just when to stop and likes to. The noise of other children, each noise so different to a parent, so same to a stranger. The high squeal of clotheslines being pulled at dusk, and the shrill talk of the women pulling in those stiff-with-cleanness cloth people. The 10-piece band that came out to walk and play their sad music in slow cadence from the grey and red-faced church at the corner, while mourners walked beside the shiny limousine with its so precious, so dead burden, and behind, the dressed-up relatives riding this time in the best cars they would ever know. The yards at the back of the brownstones, neat rectangles fenced each off from the others with grubby gardens trying to make their living out of the poor soil of the city. A child can play in these yards, for all the poorness of the earth and bulging of the fences. A child can play and raise his voice to the blue top of the sky, and hear it come bouncing back from the windows that look down like sightless eyes on the yards, row on row, house by house. Children play in these yards to go out some day through the brownstone houses into life beyond, down the many paths of experiences and accomplishments, good and bad, happy and unhappy. They're all right here, wrapped in dreams, safe with bright, eager hope in them, tomorrow ahead of them. But once they leave, like in Victor Herbert's Toyland, once you pass its borders, you can ne'er return again. Harold Wilson lived in one of these old brownstones, played ball in its backyard, by the hour with a rubber ball and a yellow fielder's mitt. He went to the school several blocks away, and had to be very careful what he did between times. "No son of mine is going to run breakneck around the streets," his mother used to say. Long ago the neighbors guessed it wasn't fondness for Harold, but a cruel purposefulness that made her talk and act so. But she was a good mate for him. He, Mr. Wilson, was a huge, bent-over man, filled with gruffness and anger, unsmiling, unfriendly. Miss Fretchett, who occupied a room in the next-door boarding-house and who had, quite happily for a curious old maid, made the choice discovery that at one spot in her closet she could hear very well through the paper-thin dividing walls what was going on in the Wilson living-room, used to wonder to herself how such ugly and disagreeable parents could beget themselves such a sunny little boy. For the birth of this boy-child to this glowering, forbidding couple was surely some sort of mistake. It was more than improbable. It was wrong in every way. For it was apparent that they neither wanted the golden-haired youngster nor loved him. Yet he grew up, even if painfully at times, for a child grows best on affection and security. These make the soil in which a child thrives best, the way nature grows things. He went to school and home, but always, nearly always, he was alone. His friends were never welcomed at the brownstone, and Harold was not allowed to stay out with them. But he could be seen day after day out in the backyard, playing by himself with ball and glove. Miss Fretchett could see the yard from her back window, and remembered well the one time there'd been another youngster there with Hal for a game of catch, and the way Mrs. Wilson had come storming into the yard, chasing the other boy, yipping with fear out of the yard into the street, cuffing Harold brutally. Miss Fretchett followed the scene by moving from front to back. Later, Mrs. Wilson used her strong whiskey breath to deplore at the neighborhood market that no-good son of ours, to Miss Fretchett, who had all she could do to keep from rearing up her slender old maid's frame to the ogress and telling her a thing or two about being a mother. But of course she didn't. On occasions, Miss Fretchett, who was almost as fond of cookies from the corner bakery as a small boy might be, tried to offer young Hal some. The first time was in front of the two adjoining houses, and as the golden-haired youngster stepped forward eagerly, there was an imperative rat-a-tat on the window-pane of the Wilson house. It was Mrs. Wilson looming there, holding back the curtains with her brawny arms, scowling and shaking her head angrily. Harold put his hand behind his back and said politely, "Thank you, ma'am, but I can't." Miss Fretchett was exasperated and stood, mouth agape, watching the boy scurry back into the old brownstone. It wasn't fair, the way they treated that young'un, she thought. Next time and next, she offered the cookies further afield, where the disapproving eyes of parents could not see. Land's sakes, what was the harm of giving wholesome cookies from Geitz's bakery to a child? But Hal always shook his head. It vexed Miss Fretchett. That and other things she saw go on. But what could she do? For instance, the old maid thought they neglected him. In the worst weather they let him run around without proper clothing when anybody knows, even someone like herself who'd never had children, that of course the child would get coughs and sneezes and illnesses. Her mother says, "Now, Johnny, or Bill, or Eddie, put on your rubbers and wear your muffler." Like that, said Miss Fretchett to herself. Not the Wilsons. And surely because of it wasn't the boy sick a lot? And did they care for him properly? All the frustrated maternal instinct of the woman welled up. She never saw a doctor. Well, hardly ever. There were a few times, she recalled. And ask Mr. or Mrs. Wilson about the boy. They'd like to snap your head off. Act like it was none of your business. Which maybe it wasn't, but somebody had to think a kind thought about the little fellow. His family certainly didn't, and most of the world is too busy to notice or care about those things. He was a strange boy. Well, naturally. No friends his own age, except during school hours, having to play that way so much of the time alone in the yard. She'd gotten to talk to him a few times, at the corner store, away from prying eyes. He had, with all his sunny hair and bright eyes, a sad, shy little manner that pulled at her heartstrings. When he spoke to her, always polite in reply to something she'd said first, he seemed hesitant, and she guessed the meanings of his sideway glances out the store door. But, and it was an arch triumph, she won him over to a degree, so that his thin face would light up when he saw her come into a shop, if he were there first. They didn't talk much, or of many things, but enough so she caught the bleak unhappiness of the child's soul underneath his politeness. "Don't you have any real good friends? Real good, the kind you tell your secrets to?" Hal started to shake his head, but then he smiled a half-smile. And finally, he told her of a man, a stranger who he'd seen a few times, who knew, well, just everything about him. "That's nice," said Miss Fretchett, both pleased for the boy and crestfallen that he had a better confidant than she. "An uncle, perhaps? A friend of the family?" The boy wrinkled his forehead. "I don't know," he replied. "I don't know, Miss Fretchett." Harold didn't know, for in the beginning at least it happened in the night, or dusk, or shadows, when the sun is playing far away on the other side of the world. The first time he could remember well, as he could all the meetings and what went on and what was said. The first time was in his very own street. It was evening's gloom made darker by soft spring rain that tiptoed in neat lines across the pavement. Harold was going home from some ordered errand, along the street that ran between the rows of houses, their blank stone and glass faces weeping from the rain. He was hurrying, for the chill and wetness was on his skin and in his bones. It was just then that Harold saw him. Just then, like that. For one moment he had not been there, it seemed, and the next he was. Tall, very tall to a child, dressed in dark clothing that suited the night, with a big, long, angular face that grew in size as the boy looked up into it and listened to the words it spoke. They were very simple. They said, "Why not come with me?" And though the child had been told about strangers and warned, this one was different, this stranger. They fell into step, the tall stranger and the small boy, the great shoes of the one, the little shoes of the other, keeping sloshing pace along the sidewalk. "You don't want to go home," the stranger said. It did not sound like a question. It was a positive statement. Hal did not answer, but in his heart he knew that was very true. As though reading his thoughts, the stranger then said, "Then come with me. It will be easy, Harold." The boy did not wonder how this tall man knew his name. It seemed so natural at the time. But Harold did quicken his steps. He must get home. He must hurry. Even now, through the rain, he could see the lower floor windows of his house, and mother or father might be watching and would punish him for being with somebody, anybody. Just as though he knew the decision had been made, the stranger stopped. Harold slowed his steps, looked back. The man was standing there watching. No sign of farewell, no final words, silent as the night. Then he turned and walked back down the street, his steps whispering with the rain, a tall shadow fading into the gloom, into other shadows, and was gone. Hal hurried on and made the great front door. But how could it be true, he had thought about that first time again and again, for he had been in bed so sick, and Dr. Finn, whose breath smelled whiskey the way his parents so often did, came in and thumped him and mumbled about scarlet fever. That was so how could he have been out in the street? But it was not like a dream. It was not a dream. He knew that somehow. There was another time. He was in the country, walking in a small verdant valley that cozied between two hills. The hills were crowned with waving grass that tickled the blue skyline beyond. The sun was hot. They had come to this place, his father and mother bringing him to see an aunt, a woman too old for this life, and the two Wilsons sensed it. Hal heard words about wills and the legacy, which he did not entirely understand. He was left to himself, shushed irritably out of the house, the very old lady in the high-poster bed calling in a cracked voice, and his parents, behind her back, making unpleasant faces he could not understand. So he found the valley. It had a brook. Harold liked to dip his feet in it. For once he was far enough away to be beyond his parental displeasure. And into the valley one day came the stranger. Hal saw him coming first as a dark silhouette against the far-away horizon, knew instinctively who he was, and waited quietly, while the man climbed down through the grass-sided hill and came to his side, so tall and... "You remember me, Harold?" the stranger said gravely. The boy nodded. The man stood waiting, the peak of his sombre hat centered in the sky, where Hal sat at his feet. The stranger offered a hand, a huge, gnarled thing that must be a Bunyan-like strength. Harold sucked his breath in. "I don't want to go. Thank you, I don't." The stranger's great head seemed to bow, and it was as though he gave great thought to the little boy's words. He talked then, as though not in the least upset that his invitation had been rejected. He talked, and Harold talked more than he had to anyone before, even nice old Miss Fretchett. It seemed that the stranger knew much about Harold, the things he had done, the places he'd gone, even the thoughts he'd thought, really everything. And, for some reason, his small boy's mind did not bother to grapple with it. It was all perfectly natural. But he had been very sick again, and when he came to know of the things around him, the cottage, his parents, and their looks, not of thankfulness as he opened his eyes, but of something else unfathomable, like the looks before, behind his old aunt's back, there was still a clear memory of the valley and the stranger. He brought these memories back to the city with him. Miss Fretchett worried and thought, poor old thing. There was nothing else in her life to worry and fret about but the little boy next door. By dint of much putting of two and two together, by long observation, and by the lucky break of a mailman's mistake, leaving a letter intended for the Wilsons at her door instead, she came to a conclusion that was as inescapable as it was dreadful. She chided herself about the letter. Yet it was Providence. Was she not the child's only friend? Oh, that stranger Hal talked about. But where was he? She'd never seen him. Anyway, the letter flap was a little loose at one edge. It wasn't hard to pry it up very carefully. There. It was a letter that talked about money, from a lawyer, a good deal of money. Goodness. And about little Harold, who should receive this amount on his 18th birthday. Of course, in the event of... She couldn't bear to read that. Those two, the Wilsons, would get it all. Miss Fretchett carefully refolded the letter. She would put it at their box in the morning. There, and she started to seal it up with old fingers that shook from what she'd been reading. Oh, Allen and Courtney, counsellors, estate management, the print letter-head had read. Would you believe me? Would you believe an old woman, an old maid, if I came flying to you and told you what was going on? No, she knew not. So it was just her secret, and the Wilsons. And what could she do? She could not go up to either of those evil, evil parents and say, I know the truth. You don't mean to let Harold grow up. No, she would have to do what she could, peering through the lace curtains of her window, watching him go to school and come home, or play alone, so alone in the backyard, listening so hard in the square tomb of her closet to their voices next door and wringing her hands impotently, while the tears coursed down her old, wrinkled cheeks, almost in time to the sound of the beatings, the harsh words. So she had been at her window, the lace curtains held aside by her gnarled old hands, the evening of the accident. Harold had been across the street when they called. The two of them were on this side, home from some errand, and Hal had been across the street. They called, shrieked at him purposefully, and he came with that blind, terrified obedience, as always. Of the four, only Miss Fretchett seemed to notice the truck lumbering down the center of the road. Afterwards, she realized 3 of them had noticed, all but Harold, too intent on obeying. She filled the room with her scream, beat at the window with her hands. Harold never saw, never knew until the crushing impact was upon him, tossing his body aside. In the evening street the boy lay, but only for the moment it took for the father to get there. The truck driver's face was one of astonishment and shock as he clambered down from the cab. "Geez, the kid ran right in front of me," mumbled the truck driver, wagging his grey with shock face from side to side. Meantime, Mr. Wilson had picked up his son, almost roughly. Anybody knows you don't move someone so badly hurt. Miss Fretchett went as fast as her old stiff legs would carry her, out the door of her house toward the scene. "You murderer!" she shrieked in her high voice, shaking her thin fists at Mr. Wilson. "You murderer!" The man turned, the child still in his arms, his face wolfish, threatening. He flung a foul word at her. It was a scene beyond the wildest imaginings. Miss Fretchett floated through it, unreal herself as the whole tabloid was unreal. They were letting the truck driver go. "Those things will happen," he had said that, Mr. Wilson, little Hal's father, dismissing with those few words the sweaty, sweating, scared-to-death driver. "Geez, mister, thanks, like I say, never saw him." The truckster went back into the cockpit of his machine. Sweet jeez. Miss Fretchett was close enough to hear him mutter half to himself. Then he drove off in the lumbering monster, and it was just the little group of 3 left. Miss Fretchett, the mother, the father with the bundle in his arms. The old maid screamed at them again. It was the only sound in the long, still twilight street, empty except for them. "You murderers!" And the shrill echo was taken up and sent back into her own ears by the window mouths of the blank-faced houses, watching, row on row. They moved ominously at her as she stood between them and the front door of their house. Mrs. Wilson came first, her big, flabby fish forearms raised to brush the little woman aside, their faces working, both of them. She hardly felt the impact, as both of their huge, terrible, wicked, overfed bodies knocked her frailness to one side. But she heard Mr. Wilson speak, and she saw the look in his eyes when he said it. Besides, he's not dead, not dead. His lips went back to say the words, and there was regret in his eyes. Miss Fretchett didn't stop screaming at them, following them until she was finally shoved away, and the big front door slammed in her face. Back in her own place, she told her landlady, a phlegmatic woman who traditionally minded her own business, and this time had been minding it in the back of the house, beyond eye or earshot of the accident. The landlady had long ago ticketed Miss Fretchett as one of those nervous ones who likes to keep in a stew instead of forgetting herself at a movie. "Don't take on so, dearie," had been her advice. "These kind of things happen all the time. Maybe the kid ain't hurt so bad." And she went on about her business. No, of course, no one else had seen. That would be the way they would do it. Miss Fretchett kept watch, at her window and in the evening at her closet. There was nothing, that is, until late that night. She heard then, straining her ears, the words were clear. She, Mrs. Wilson, said, her voice coming low but distinct through the partitioning wall, "He's bad, real bad. Don't think he'll pull through this. Out of his head, talking funny things." The man's voice rumbled, and they both laughed, peals of laughter from the house next door, where a child lay dying. He said, "Yes, this looks like it. Well, we can use that money." There was a word of caution from the woman, something Miss Fretchett couldn't make all out, but about that meddlesome old maid next door, and hadn't they better have a doctor to make things look good? Mr. Wilson agreed. Miss Fretchett kept listening as long as she could, and then her old age and weakness caught up with her and drove her to bed. The next day the doctor came. Dr. Finn, that one. He made such a commotion next door, you knew, everybody knew. Always drunk. Ask anyone in the neighborhood. It wasn't as though there weren't a nice young physician right around the block. But the Wilsons liked this one who couldn't even have been much of a man sober, but he was never sober. Miss Fretchett listened in her closet, not breathing, clasping her white, blue-veined hands together. She heard the doctor join the two Wilsons in the living room. They made a boisterous threesome. The medical man's prediction of death in no way dampened the proceedings. "Yup," the slurred voice of the physician rasped through the paper-thin walls. "The little fellow is bad. 'Pears to me he won't last much longer." "Another drink, Doc," Mr. Wilson urged. "So he's bad, is little Harold, eh? Too bad, too bad." It went on like that, the drinking and talking and laughing in that house next door, and only here, across the mortarboard and plaster and wallpaper, only here did anybody care. But what could Miss Fretchett do? How could she go to the police, to anyone? She was not so old as to be foolish in the head about those things. She would get short shrift, and other people besides the Wilsons would think she was a meddlesome old maid with not enough to worry about of her own. And after all, to society's eyes, hadn't the Wilsons done everything? Yes, of course, everything. Salt wetness coursed down her old wrinkled cheeks that night. So many tears that there were none left for the next night. That momentous next night when, through the wall, she heard Mrs. Wilson come running into the living room. "He's gone," the ogress said. It was an elated voice. "Are you sure?" Mr. Wilson replied, and continued matter-of-factly. "I don't want to get that damn fool doctor in here one more time than necessary if—" Then Miss Fretchett heard both sets of heavy clumping steps leaving the living room. He was going to make sure himself. Miss Fretchett stopped listening, and no new tears came, for she had known at the time of the accident that twisted, broken little Hal would not live. There was no anguish left to be felt, no crying left to be done. She was numb as she went to bed, and the numbness went deep inside of her. There was not much for her now, she reviewed. What a large part of her life the little golden-haired boy from next door had been. She thought of him as an orphan, or more, even more ridiculously, as much more hers than belonging to the Wilsons. Now, she was just a lonely old woman with not very many happy memories, and the small insurance envelope each quarter keeping her frail body here in this place that would have to be home forever and forever. It was a strange beginning for Harold, this meeting with a stranger. For this time he was not as sure of his surroundings. It was not the country, with its soft green valley. It was not the familiar street. There was a byway of indeterminate makeup, stretching away to distances Harold must travel. The boy walked, and although there was an indefiniteness about just where his steps were to take him, he must keep working his legs and going onward. It was, certainly, the gloom of twilight around him, deepening, so that when he found that his friend suddenly strode beside him, he was not surprised, for the stranger must have stepped out from the shadows that surrounded them both. Harold slowed his pace, slowed it more and more, until finally they were standing there, facing each other, the little boy looking up at his companion. The shadows were there too, mist swirling about them now. "Where are you going?" the man spoke. Even though he stood close by, his cloak-muffled body and his head were far away and up in the darkness. The little boy looked and thought. Why, I really don't know, he replied. And he didn't. You want to go home, the stranger said, and, as usual, it was not a question but a statement. The little boy's heart leaped at the words and the thoughts they conjured up. But he did not know where, not for sure, where in all this world of grey gloom and twilight, where? It was not back to the house there on the street, not to the country cottage, or the nearby country valley. No, not to these. To a something, a somewhere he'd never known yet. The stranger bowed his great height over the boy. Come with me. Harold hesitated. The stranger was holding out his huge hand. The little boy knew he had but to take it, and they would be off. Harold still hung back. The stranger, standing there with his head in the dark clouds, made words of the little boy's thoughts. You want to come with me, but you also want to be able to go back. The statement again. It was so, Hal knew. It would be so easy to just take the mighty gnarled hand. But the stranger understood there was something else. Then the pact was made. Harold reached for the outstretched arm in the growing gloom, and the two went off down the byway, hand in hand now, close together, the towering one and his diminutive companion. Miss Fretchett's life closed around her. There was nothing else much to be interested in. More than old age was creeping on her now as illness sapped the poor strength left in her limbs. Her decline, as it so often happens with older people, dated from the time of little Harold's accident. To be sure, the exact end of that chapter was hazy in her mind. She remembered that the doctor, Finn, had come, for she distinctly had seen his roly-poly form trundling down the street, after she'd heard Mr. Wilson tell his wife it was time for that now. What had happened then she didn't quite know, but the sounds of arguing rose louder and louder from the living room next door. Miss Fretchett was so physically and emotionally spent that she hardly registered or properly sorted out the angry words and curses that rose from next door. One thing was clear. Her memory served up this on the spring evening of reference. The little doctor, probably more sober than usual, kept insisting over and over. He couldn't have moved, I tell you. He couldn't have got out of bed. He was unconscious, dying, I tell you. But the arguments went on. You've hidden him somewhere. The doctor's voice rose wrathfully. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson's voices joined then in placating the doctor who was going to tell the authorities. There was talk then that there was enough money to go around. An empty sealed casket could be buried, couldn't it? The physician would take care of the certificate, wouldn't he? Finally, a quieter Dr. Finn left. Miss Fretchett was no longer able to get around much. Her desire to get to the little boy's funeral was not fulfilled. Afterward, the old lady clutched with her thin fingers at the landlady. But that unimaginative worthy had said, What, me poke into them folks' affairs? Not on your life, dearie. Never liked them, but we don't need to do business together. You're making up things. Besides, the talk is the funeral was a nice one, so maybe the Wilsons had a change of heart. Did anyone see the little fellow? Now, dearie, you don't suppose people go around and pry open the coffin of those resting in peace, do you? The days and months ran their course through the street, swept along by snow, rain and wind and cold, and finally by the softness of spring again. It was hard to keep track sometimes, but Miss Fretchett, lying mostly abed now, knew in her old dry bones and so tired heart and head that it was a year ago, just. The young physician from the neighborhood had come to see her, offering kindness and little else. After all, age is incurable. And privately, with her landlady, the young doctor doubted that Miss Fretchett would ever be very active again. But this night she was active enough to pull herself out of bed. The voices from the Wilson living room were loud, angry, as was so usually the case. Again, the roly-poly doctor's rasp was plain. It was the eternal subject of money, and the discussion was heated. "It's coming to me," Dr. Finn shouted, sounding more drunk than usual. The Wilsons, first man, then wife, tried to quiet the physician, and in the effort their voices rose too. This night Miss Fretchett was active enough, although the effort was a severe one, to pull herself to the closet where she leaned against the door jamb, holding herself upright with shaking arms, even as she strained her ears. The doctor, his tongue sharpened and loosened with an extra load of liquor, was insistent. "I want my money." Over and over. Lower, calmer voices. The Wilsons explained, soothed. There always was considerable delay in these matters. Lawyers and estates can't be hurried. They got to be hurried, or else. Or else what, Finn? Mr. Wilson asked the doctor, with an ominous edge to his voice. There was a pause for a moment, and all the world seemed to still for listening. Miss Fretchett strained her trembling body closer to the thin partition. The doctor spoke low but clear, his anger cutting around the liquor thickness of his voice. "Or else, my buckaroos, I'm going to tell the authorities there was a bit of dirty work on the death of your son. A bit of funny business, you know what I mean." The silence stretched itself out as the listener tried to imagine what was happening in that room. Then she heard the doctor's abrupt curse and an accompanying sound of surprise from Wilson. It was the words Mrs. Wilson spoke, though, that made Miss Fretchett's senses reel. For a moment she had been thinking that perhaps there was physical violence among these three terrible people, and they were fighting among themselves. But the Wilson woman said, choked up, like a cry, terror strong in every syllable, "Harold! Harold!" They all talked at once, the three. Fear talk. How was it possible? Cloaking the thought each had, "Harold, we three know you are dead, or should be. Why, we work so hard to see to it, and there you stand." "Come here, boy," Mr. Wilson managed, his voice not yet his own. "You mean you're all right? Why, after all this time, your mother and I have been so worried. The doctor here said you were dead, and then when we couldn't find you—" Words of guilt, tumbling, useless words. And then he spoke, little Harold, unmistakably, clearly, and the sounds of the boy voice struck a dagger of terrible pain at Miss Fretchett's labouring heart. "Yes, simply that. Then I shall tell you about it, father and mother." There was silence, and then, Mrs. Wilson it was, somebody said, "Harold, son, who is your friend there in the doorway?" Cautious, their little minds still on witnesses and the law, and who would think what and do what, and with this return from the dead, the boy who had not died, something would have to be done. What about Alan and Courtney, counsellors, estate management, the money, the money, the money? All wrapped up in that prosaic, tiny, impotent sentence. "Harold, who's your friend there in the doorway? Who's your friend?" Miss Fretchett knew even before the little boy voice said, "He's come to see you." There, like that, listened to by an old woman, very sick and old in body, but not out of her mind. That was all. "He's come to see you." There was the sudden, urgent, terrible clumping of heavy steps, and then the most complete silence. Miss Fretchett made it back to bed, but it was almost her last effort. Some moments later, her landlady came to the old woman's room. Her broad face was grinning. She'd seen something that amused her. "Dearie, I thought you'd be interested. I just saw Dr. Finn tearing out of Wilson's and going down the street like all the devils in Hades were one step behind. Did a body good to see that drunk, no-good doctor run so." And she put her hands on her huge hips and laughed. Then she stepped closer. "Why, Miss Fretchett, you all right?" Her expression and tone changed abruptly, and though the old woman had enough strength to nod slightly in what she meant for reassurance, the landlady bustled out. "I'm going to call the nice young doctor, that's what I'm going to do. A body can see you're not feeling right." And her heavy, hurrying steps took her away into the other downstairs regions of the house, where dwelled the telephone. Miss Fretchett lay there, and her body began to float, slowly at first, beneath the blanket, despite her will to keep it down. There was wetness on her face as she cried for the last time, an involuntary memoriam for her own tired, drab life. But more, she had heard little Harold. If she could only have seen him, only could have found strength to go to the front of the house, to beckon to him as he went, she would so dearly have loved to see him just once more. The small sound brought her eyes away from the ceiling, her eyes that were so blurred, and it was getting dark, but there was someone. She gulped her throbbing heart from her throat as she saw. "Harold," she breathed out gratefully. He had come. He hadn't forgotten her. He was coming towards her. The little golden-haired boy was indistinct, but he was there beside her bed. "Yes, Miss Fretchett," and he put his small boy's fingers on her pale hand. Then she saw beyond him, the tall figure in the doorway, watching them. It seemed almost as though Harold felt her seeing and wondering through his fingers on hers. "It's all right," he said kindly, with a child's vast, grave kindness. "That's my friend. Don't be frightened, Miss Fretchett. We're with you now. Don't be frightened. Don't be frightened. How could I, with you, little Hal, here now?" She saw the stranger advance slowly into the room, his height almost too much for this dimension, dark muffled in the gloom-rid room. She felt a moment of strange, vague fear, but Harold's voice was in her ear, and head and soul. "Don't be frightened, Miss Fretchett." There was nothing the young doctor could do, but when the landlady, bug-eyed, peered over his shoulder as he was completing his examination, he agreed with her relieved sentiments. "My young doc, she died peaceful." He nodded. It was so. Old Miss Fretchett had passed quietly away, and the smile on her face had both the beauty of a youth so long ago gone and the peace of age so just now terminated. But the soft spring evening was just beginning for the young doctor. Strange how these things go in cycles. Later that night, he was summoned by the authorities to the next house from whence Miss Fretchett had died. A policeman had noticed the front door banging unlocked. Investigation had followed. The two in the living room were Mr. Wilson and his wife. They had died, apparently, of natural causes, but the young doctor was moved to recall the death he'd seen earlier, for these two had not died easily. Anguished, twisted terror was written on both faces. Upstairs in the small bedroom was the strangest, though. A boy. Yes, it was the little Wilson boy, beyond a doubt, killed in an accident and buried a year ago, records said. But this night, disproving the cold ledger, lying in his bed. Dead, to be sure, but the same peace on his face, the same sweet smile, though his body was badly broken, even as the records claimed. And he had been dead not hours, but months. No one knew, no one could figure out beyond the shrug of shoulders just what had happened. And across town, one who did know, and would be eternally, damnably worse for it, was trying to forget what he knew and had seen with drink after drink, to still the terrored heart, the shaking fingers, to forget the memory of the live boy Dr. Finn had seen and heard again this night, the boy he himself had declared dead just a year ago. Harold. But most of all, to forget Harold's friend, the tall stranger standing there waiting for them, all of them. The Three Marked Pennies by Mary Elizabeth Councilman. Everyone agreed, after it was over, that the whole thing was the conception of a twisted brain, a game of chess played by a madman, in which the pieces, instead of carved bits of ivory or ebony, were human beings. It was odd that no one doubted the authenticity of the contest. The public seems never for a moment to have considered it the prank of a practical joker, or even a publicity stunt. Jeff Haverty, editor of the News, advanced a theory that the affair was meant to be a clever, if rather elaborate, psychological experiment, which would end in the revealing of the originator's identity and a big laugh for everyone. Perhaps it was the glamorous manner of announcement that gave the thing such widespread interest. Blankville, as I shall call the southern town of about 30,000 people in which the affair occurred, awoke one April morning to find all its trees, telephone poles, house sides, and storefronts plastered with a strange sign. There were scores of them, written on yellow copypaper on an ordinary typewriter. The sign read, "During this day of April 15, 3 pennies will find their way into the pockets of this city. On each penny there will be a well-defined mark. One is a square, one is a circle, and one is a cross. These 3 pennies will change hands often, as do all coins, and on the 7th day after this announcement, April 21, the possessor of each marked penny will receive a gift. To the first, $100,000 in cash. To the second, a trip around the world. To the third, death. The answer to this riddle lies in the marks on the 3 coins, circle, square, and cross. Which of these symbolizes wealth? Which travel? Which death? The answer is not an obvious one. To him who finds it and obtains the first penny, $100,000 will be sent without delay. To him who has the second penny, a first-class ticket for the earliest world-touring steamer to sail will be presented. But to the possessor of the third marked coin will be given death. If you're afraid your penny is the third, give it away, but it may be the first or the second. Show your marked penny to the editor of the News on April 21, giving your name and address. He will know nothing of this contest until he reads one of these signs. He is requested to publish the names of the 3 possessors of the coins April 21, with the mark on the penny each holds. It will do no good to mark a coin of your own, as the dates of the true coins will be sent to Editor Haverty. By noon, everyone had read the notice, and the city was buzzing with excitement. Clerks began to examine the contents of cash register drawers. Hands rummaged in pockets and purses. Stores and banks were flooded with customers wanting silver change to coppers. Jeff Haverty was the target for a barrage of queries, and his evening edition came out with a lengthy editorial embodying all he knew about the mystery, which was exactly nothing. A note had come that morning with the rest of his mail, a note unsigned and typewritten on the same yellow paper in a plain stamped envelope with the postmark of that city. It said merely, Circle, 1920, Square, 1909, Cross, 1928. Please do not reveal these dates until after April 21. Haverty complied with the request and played up the story for all it was worth. The first penny was found in the street by a small boy who promptly took it to his father. His father, in turn, palmed it off hurriedly on his barber, who gave it in change to a patron before he noted the deep cross cut in the coin's surface. The patron took it to his wife, who immediately paid it to the grocer. "It's too long a chance, honey," she silenced her mate's protests. "I don't like the idea of that death threat in the notice, and this certainly must be the third penny. What else could that little cross stand for? Crosses over graves. Don't you see the significance?" And when that explanation was wafted abroad, the cross-marked penny began to change hands with increasing rapidity. The other 2 pennies bobbed up before dusk, one marked with a small perfect square, the other with a neat circle. The square-marked penny was discovered in a slot machine by the proprietor of the Busy Bee Cafe. There was no way it could have got there, he reported, mystified and a little frightened. Only 4 people, all of them old patrons, had been in the cafe that day, and not one of them had been near the slot machine, located at the back of the place as it was, and filled with stale chewing gum which, at a glance, was worth nobody's penny. Furthermore, the proprietor had examined the thing for a chance coin the night before, and had left it empty when he looked up. Yet there was the square-marked penny, nestling alone in the slot machine at closing time, April 15. He had stared at the coin a long time, before passing it in change to an elderly spinster. "It ain't worth it," he muttered to himself. "I got a restaurant that's making me a thin living, and I ain't in no hurry to get myself bumped off, on the long chance I might get that 100,000 or that trip instead. No siree." The spinster took one look at the marked penny, gave a short, mouse-like squeak, and flung it into the gutter, as though it were a tarantula. "My land," she quavered, "I don't want that thing in my pocketbook." But she dreamed that night of foreign ports, of people jabbering in a brittle tongue, of barracuda fins cutting the surface of deep blue water, and the ruins of ancient cities. A workman picked up the penny next morning and clung to it all day, dreaming of Harlem, before he succumbed at last to gnawing fear, and the square-marked penny changed hands once more. The circle-marked penny was first noted in a stack of coins by a teller of the Farmers' Trust. "We get marked coins every now and then," he said. "I didn't notice this one especially. It may have been here for days." He pocketed it gleefully, but discovered with a twinge of dismay next morning that he had passed it out to someone without noticing it. "I wanted to keep it," he sighed, "for better or for worse." He glowered at the stacks of someone else's money before him, and wondered furtively how many tellers ever really escaped with stolen goods. A fruit seller had received the penny. He eyed it dubiously. "Maybe you bring me those, Monet?" He showed it to his fat, greasy wife, who made the sign of horns against the evil eye. "Throw away," she commanded shrilly. "She is bad luck." Her spouse shrugged and sailed the circle-marked coin across the street. A ragged child pounced on it and scattered away to buy a twist of licorice, and the circle-marked penny changed hands once more, clutched at by avaricious fingers, stared at by eyes grown sick of familiar scenes, relinquished again by the power of fear. Those who came into brief possession of the 3 coins were fretted by the drag and shove of conflicting advice. "Keep it," some urged. "Think, it may mean a trip around the world. Paris, China, London. Oh, why couldn't I have got the thing?" "Give it away," others admonished. "Maybe it's the 3rd penny. You can't tell. Maybe the symbols don't mean what they seem to, and the square one is the death penny. I'd throw it away if I were you." "No, no," still others cried. "Hang on to it. It may bring you $100,000. $100,000 in these times. Why, fellow, you'd be the same as a millionaire." The meaning of the 3 symbols was on everyone's tongue, and no one agreed with his neighbor's solution to the riddle. "It's as plain as the nose on my face," one man would declare. "The circle represents the globe. The travel penny, see? No, no, the cross means that. Cross the seas, don't you get it? Sort of a pun effect. The circle means money, shape of a coin, understand? And the square one? A grave. A square hole for a coffin, see? Death. It's quite simple. I wish I could get hold of that circle one." "You're crazy. The cross one is for death. Everybody says so. And believe me, everybody's getting rid of it as soon as they get it. It may be a joke of some kind. No danger at all. But I wouldn't like to be the holder of that cross-marked penny when April 21 rolls around. I'd keep it and wait till the other 2 had got what was due them. Then, if mine turned out to be the wrong one, I'd throw it away," one man said importantly. But he won't pay up till all 3 pennies are accounted for, I shouldn't think, another answered him. And maybe the offer doesn't hold good after April 21, and you'd be losing $100,000 or a world tour just because you're scared to find out. That's a big stake, man, another murmured. But frankly, I wouldn't like to take the chance. He might give me his 3rd gift. He was how everyone designated the unknown originator of the contest, though, of course, there was no more clue to his sex than to his identity. He must be rich, some said, to offer such expensive prizes. And crazy, others exploded, threatening to kill the 3rd one. He'll never get away with it. But clever, still others admitted, to think up the whole business. He knows human nature, whoever he is. I'm inclined to agree with Haverty. It's all a sort of psychological experiment. He's trying to see whether desire for travel or greed for money is stronger than fear of death. Does he mean to pay up, do you think? That remains to be seen. On the 6th day, Blankville had reached a pitch of excitement amounting almost to hysteria. No one could work for wondering about the outcome of the bizarre test on the morrow. It was known that a grocer's delivery boy held the square-marked coin, for he had been boasting of his indifference as to whether or not the square did represent a yawning grave. He exhibited the penny freely, making jokes about what he intended to do with his $100,000. But on the morning of the last day, he lost his nerve. Seeing a blind beggar woman huddled in her favorite corner between 2 shops, he passed close to her and surreptitiously dropped the cent piece into her box of pencils. "I had it," he wailed to a friend after he had reached his grocery. "I had it right here in my pocket last night, and now it's gone. See, I've got a hole in the darn thing. The penny must have dropped out." It was also known who held the circle-marked penny. A young soda clerk, with a sort of ready smile that customers like to see across a marble counter, had discovered the coin and fished it from the cash drawer, exulting over his good fortune. "Bud Skinner's got the circle penny," people told one another, wavering between anxiety and gladness. "I hope the kid does get that world tour. It'd tickle him so. He seems to get such a kick out of life. It's a sin he has to be stuck in this slow burg." Finally, it was found who held the cross-marked cent piece. "Carlton, poor devil," people murmured in subdued tones. "Death would be a godsend to him. Wonder he hasn't shot himself before this. Guess he just hasn't the nerve." The man with the cross-marked penny smiled bitterly. "I hope this blasted little symbol means what they all think it means," he confided to a friend. At last, the eagerly awaited day came. A crowd formed in the street outside the newspaper office to see the 3 possessors of the 3 marked coins show Haverty their pennies and give him their names to publish. For their benefit, the editor met the trio on the sidewalk outside the building, so that all might see them. The evening edition ran the 3 people's photographs with the name, address, and the mark on each one's penny under each picture. Blankville read and held its breath. On the morning of April 22, the old blind beggar woman sat in her accustomed place, musing on the excitement of the previous day. When several people had led her, she knew by the odor of fish from the market across the street, to the newspaper office. There someone had asked her name and many other puzzling things which had bewildered her until she had almost burst into tears. "Let me alone," she had whimpered. "I ask only enough food to keep from starving and a place to sleep. Why are you pushing me around like this and yelling at me? Let me go back to my corner. I don't like all this confusion and strangeness that I can't see. It frightens me." Then they had told her something about a marked penny they had found in her arms box, and other things about a large sum of money and some impending danger that threatened her. She was glad when they led her back to her cranny between the shops. Now, as she sat in her accustomed spot, nodding comfortably and humming a little under her breath, a paper fluttered down into her lap. She felt the stiff oblong, knew it was an envelope, and called a bystander to her side. "Open this for me, will you?" she requested. "Is it a letter? Read it to me." The bystander tore open the envelope and frowned. "It's a note," he told her. "Typewritten, and it's not signed. It just says—" "What the devil?" "Just says, 'The four corners of the earth are exactly the same.' And, hey, look at this. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot It's a steamship ticket for a world tour. Look, didn't you have one of the marked pennies?" The blind woman nodded drowsily. "Yes, the one with the square, they said." She sighed faintly. "I had hoped I would get the money or the other, so I would never have to beg again." "Well, here's your ticket." The bystander held it out to her uncertainly. "Don't you want it?" as the beggar made no move to take it. "No," snapped the blind woman. "What good would it be to me?" She seized the ticket in sudden rage and tore it into bits. At nearly the same hour, Kenneth Carlton was receiving a fat manila envelope from the postman. He frowned as he squinted at the local postmark over the stamp. His friend Evan stood beside him, paler than Carlton. Open it," he urged. "Read it. No, don't open it, Ken. I'm scared. After all, it's a terrible way to go, not knowing where the blow's coming from, and—" Carlton emitted a macabre chuckle, ripping open the heavy envelope. "It's the best break I've had in years, Jim. I'm glad, Jim, do you hear? It will be quick, I hope, and painless. What's this, I wonder? A treatise on how to blow off the top of your head?" He shook the contents of the letter onto a table, and then, after a moment, he began to laugh, mirthlessly, hideously. His friend stared at the little heap of crisp bills, all of a larger denomination than he had ever seen before. "The money! You get the 100,000, Ken. I can't believe—" He broke off to snatch up a slip of yellow paper among the bills. "Wealth is the greatest cross a man can bear," he read aloud the typewritten words. "It doesn't make sense. Wealth? Then the cross mark stood for wealth? I don't understand." Carlton's laughter cracked. "He has depth, that bird, whoever he is. Nice irony there, Jim. Wealth being a burden instead of the blessing most people consider it. I suppose he's right at that. But I wonder if he knows the really ironic part of this act of his little play. $100,000 to a man with cancer. Well, Jim, I have a month or less to spend it in. One more damnable month to suffer through before it's all over." His terrible laughter rose again, until his friend had to clap hands to ears, shutting out the sound. But the strangest part of the whole affair was Bud Skinner's death. Just after the rush hour at noon, he had found a small package addressed to him on a back counter in the drugstore. Eagerly, he tore off the brown paper wrappings, a dozen or so friends crowding about him. A curiously wrought silver box was what he found. He pressed the catch with trembling fingers and snapped back the lid. An instant later, his face took on a queer expression, and he slid noiselessly to the tile floor of the drugstore. The ensuing police investigation unearthed nothing at all, except that young Skinner had been poisoned with crotalin, snake venom, administered through a pinprick on his thumb when he pressed the trick catch of the little silver box. This, and the typewritten note in the otherwise empty box, "Life ends where it began, nowhere," were all they found as an explanation of the clerk's death. Nor was anything else ever brought to light about the mysterious contest of the 3 marked pennies, which are probably still in circulation somewhere in the United States. Piecemeal by Oscar Cook. Warwick put down his drink, lighted a cigarette, looked round the club's smoking room to discover that, in our corner at least, we were alone. Then, leaning toward me, he asked in that abrupt, disturbing manner of his, "What happened to Mendingham?" I was startled. The more so as, at that moment, the threatening storm broke with a streak of forked lightning and a clap of thunder that seemed right overhead. Then the deluge came. I looked at Warwick with a feeling of dismay, for I knew the expression on his face, the set of his lips and jaw, and the curious rigidity that somehow seemed to stiffen even his ears. There was no gainsaying him. If he meant to learn Mendingham's fate, nothing I could say would put him off. Also, as it happened, we both had time hanging on our hands. And yet, it was on just such a night as this, stormy, wild, filthy, in sailor parlance, that I found him. The memory of that discovery would never die, but a storm always accentuated it. "What happened?" Warwick repeated. "Out with the story, for I mean to know. I'm hard up for copy, and the stream of ideas is low. They're bread and butter to me in the writing trade, so—" The gesture of his hands was more eloquent than words. I signed to him to draw his chair closer, and called a waiter to replenish our glasses. Then, and not till then, I began the story. "I'm going to tell you, Warwick," I began, "one of the most gruesome stories the world has ever known." He rubbed his hands together and looked pleased. "So gruesome," I went on, "that I won't even extract from you a promise not to make use of it, for I feel certain you'll never want to write it up. You remember Gregory?" "Yes," Warwick nodded. "Met him quite a lot at one time. Then he too seemed to fade away. He'd a most wonderfully and gorgeously beautiful wife." "Exactly. She was the cause of the mystery." Warwick chuckled. "Then there was a mystery." "I thought so." "Yes, but not in the way you imagine. You went abroad a good while before their divorce case." "Cherchez la femme. I always thought Gregory too careless and too cold-blooded to have such an attractive piece of goods about. He was asking for trouble." "Perhaps, but Mendingham was after all his greatest friend." "And thundering good-looking, with a taking air and an eye for the ladies, eh?" "As you say, but that's no excuse. Mendingham was a friend of mine, but I can't hold him guiltless in this matter. Some things just aren't done." "Such as?" "Making love to and running off with your best friend's wife, even if she weren't happy with her husband." Warwick gave vent to a low whistle. "That was at the bottom of the trouble, was it?" he stated, rather than asked. I nodded, and he went on. "Well, I'm not surprised. What did and still does surprise me is how on earth Moira married Gregory. He was a queer fish always, a great brain full of medicine and surgical ideas, but the coldest, most calculating human being I've ever met. And I've travelled a lot and met some. Ever seen him in the operating theatre?" I started. He put the question with that sudden disconcerting manner of his. It almost made me think he knew more than he admitted, while it brought back with redoubled intensity that awful final scene when— But I'm rattling on too fast. I took a long pull at my whiskey and soda. Warwick saw my agitation and smiled. "Don't worry," he said. "Tell me the story in your own way. From now on I'll try and not interrupt, but for heaven's sake, man, keep the tension strong and hot. At present you're about as exciting as Tennyson's Brook." I made no comment. The desire for super-horrors among the present-day host of sensation-mongers masquerading as journalists, once members of an honourable profession, is beyond my power of speech. Instead, I settled down as comfortably as my own prickly memories and the raging storm would let me to tell the story in my own way. And I must admit that it was a relief to get the gruesome tragedy off my chest, for up to now I'd shared a solitary secret, as the affair was somehow kept out of the press. Gregory had planned a great tour, I began, into the heart of Dutch Borneo, one of the few places of the earth today still really unknown. He was intrigued with the idea of finding the race of natives, the most backward in the world, which is reputed to be possessed of tails not less than 3 inches long, who live in trees and who still practice cannibalism. He was going alone. That is, Moira was not to accompany him. It was no journey for her. Warwick smiled his cynical grin. Mendingham's opportunity. I paid no heed. Gregory was away a little over a year. On his return, he wirelessed Moira 2 days out of Liverpool to meet him. She was not at the quayside when the steamer berthed. Arrived in London, he went straight to his house in Harley Street. It was shut up and showed no sign of life. He got in with his own key. Most of the furniture was gone. Only his bedroom, consulting room, and smoking room were furnished. The house was otherwise completely empty. More, it was thick with dust. That night he slept at his club and early the next morning went round to the house agents. They knew nothing, save that the rent had been regularly paid by a cheque from the bank. The bank and solicitors could be no more explanatory or communicative. I paused to light a cigarette, and in doing so took a long look at Warwick. He was thrilled. There was no mistaking the expression of beatific glee on his face as he listened to the sensational tragedy of his one-time friend. "When did you learn all this?" he asked. "From Gregory himself," I answered, having blown out the match. "I saw a lot of him in the time that followed, when he was hunting for his wife." "And Mendingham?" Warwick pointedly asked. "That's what gave him the clue. Mendingham was absent quite a lot from his favourite haunts, and when they met he seemed distrait. What gave Gregory an inkling was the fact that Mendingham never once mentioned Moira's name, whereas previously he had always asked after her and joked about her being Beauty and Gregory the Beast. Gregory put a detective onto him. The rest was easy. They were living together in a minute, lonely cottage in the New Forest." Warwick took a long gulp at his drink. "Cut the cackle and get to the 'osses," he snapped as he put the glass down. "You can skip the intervening bit. I can find it any day in the back files of any newspaper catering for the public that likes spice, like the little girl with her new storybook. I want to hear the end." At that moment, the little liking I ever had for Warwick nearly died. He was positively revelling in anticipatory horrors. It revolted me. It was, however, my turn to smile. "You'd searched the papers in vain," I said, rather acidly. The suit was undefended, so there was nothing to report. It was from that time onward, though, that things began to happen. In due time, the decree was made absolute, and Mendingham and Moira married and even talked of coming back to town. "And Gregory?" Warwick interpolated with that almost fiendish quickness of his for seizing upon the heart of a story. "Gregory," I continued slowly, "was gradually becoming a recluse. He gave up coming to the club, sold the lease of his house, and acquired a dilapidated houseboat on a little-known and unfrequented backwater on the Thames. Here he did for himself. Once a week brought his stores from the village, and in this seclusion wrote the magnum opus, an account of his Dutch Borneo trip. From the point of view of ethnology, it is unsurpassed." "You've read it?" Warwick shot the question at me. "Of course. Then for some time I practically lost all touch with him, though I occasionally saw the other two, who were tremendously happy. Moira absolutely adored Mendingham. Then one day I heard from Gregory that he was going abroad. I asked him to dine with me on his last night in England, but he refused, and I never saw him again, until just then a terrific clap of thunder made me start, and I spilt a lot of my drink. Warwick was frankly impatient. "It is certain," I continued, "that he bought tickets for the Congo, but whether he went is another matter. All I know is that as far as I am concerned, and others interested in him also, he completely disappeared into the blue." "A monomaniac nursing his grievance," Warwick sneered. "What an end to a great brain. But where does Mendingham fit in with all this? His devilish persistence annoyed me." "I'm coming to that now," I answered. "Only for God's sake, don't interrupt. It was nearly 3 months after Gregory supposedly went abroad that Mendingham became missing. You mean dead? Warwick asked. I turned on him in fury. No, I snapped. I don't. I mean missing. He went out one morning as usual and was never seen again. Never? Warwick's eyes were bulging out of his head, and he was breathing hard in his excitement. Not till I found him, I answered slowly. Or, to be accurate, his remains, the little that was left of him. A rotten mass of decomposing flesh, or just dried bones? Warwick asked, almost licking his lips in ecstasy. Neither, I replied, and then lapsed into silence, as the poignant memory coupled with a nausea for the human ghoul alongside me nearly proved more than I could bear. At length, however, I was able to continue, strengthened by the desire to share at last my terrible secret. Moira, as you may imagine, was frantic, and the strain and suspense nearly killed her. But she survived, chiefly, I think, on account of an indomitable desire to get to the bottom of the mystery. There was no question, you must understand, of desertion for another woman. Mendingham was this time really and truly in love. I saw a lot of Moira during this time, and helped all I could, but all in vain. The police, the wireless, the motor associations, all were roped in, all did their utmost, but Mendingham was not to be found. Not a trace. Warwick's tone was a mixture of skepticism and glee. Not a trace, but rumours by the score. He had been seen in every part of England, every report and identification tallied, yet it was never he. There must be hundreds of doubles in the country, were it known. The next item of interest, at the time seeming quite irrelevant, was Gregory's return. This was about a month, a little less perhaps, after Mendingham's disappearance. Though not really sociable as of old, he was not so hermit-like as before he went abroad. He took a room at his club and was seen now and again about town, a theatre, an exhibition and such like. But he still owned the houseboat, where he admitted to spending a lot of time. About 3 days after his return, Moira telephoned me. She was hysterical. That was clear over the wire. She wanted me to go round to her at once. She had I never heard what, for her voice died away in a choking groan. I hurried round. She was beside herself. She couldn't speak, but with white frozen face, with wide-open eyes and bloodless lips, she pointed to a parcel that lay open on the divan in her drawing-room. I crossed over and picked it up. Then, although braced up for something uncanny or dangerous like a bomb or a snake, I dropped it with a startled cry, for it contained a hand. Just one? There was actually disappointed interest in Warwick's tone. God, man! I burst out. Wasn't that enough to send by post, a dried, fleshless, skinless hand? Imagine Moira opening it, the shock, and this is the awful part of it, finding it to be Mendingham's hand with his signet ring, one she had given him, on the little finger. For the fraction of a second I noticed Warwick wilt. Then he was himself again. Nothing else inside? He asked. Not even the usual printed note or mystic sign? Not a line, just the hand and the ring. I got someone to come and stay with Moira, collected the parcel and its gruesome contents, and took them to Scotland Yard. That's all there was to be done. All they could do. There wasn't a fingerprint or clue, though the postmark was Balham. What next? Warwick inquired, and I was glad to notice even he was a little subdued. A week later, I continued, after following his example and emptying my glass, Moira received another parcel. This one contained the other hand, and Mendingham's fountain pen. His initials were on the gold band, and Moira had no doubts in identifying it. It had been posted in a WC district, and bore the label of a shop at which she had the day before bought some wool. So when she opened it, she was not suspicious. She sent for you? I nodded. And you? What did you do? Warwick asked, with hardly suppressed excitement. Same as before, I replied, and the result was the same. No clues. But she was being watched. Warwick's tone was vibrant. The rest was easy. That's what the police thought, but they made a mistake. How could they watch everybody who came into contact with Moira or passed her in a shop, in a train, on a bus? There were 100 people a day to watch. They had to give it up. Moira went away to the country, and for a month, nothing happened. I had to stay in town and, as it chanced, twice met Gregory, but we never mentioned the subject. When Mendingham first disappeared, he had made some quite appropriate remarks, but naturally it wasn't for me to refer to the subject. Hardly. Warwick offered me a cigarette, and threw away an unlighted one that he had tuned to bits. Then, I continued, Moira received a foot by post, the other foot by special messenger. She was nearly mad, and I don't wonder. Then the right forearm, and later the left leg to above the knee, and in each case a little personal belonging of Mendingham's was included, though there was no need for such refinement of cruelty. Pointing the moral with a vengeance, what? Warwick said, a little unsteadily. Exactly. But the last parcel proved too much. Moira collapsed and was taken to a nursing home and from there to a lunatic asylum, where her one idea is that she is the farmer's wife, her one cry and plea is for a carving knife, and her only exercise running after 3 blind mice. I paused and put my hand up to my eyes. I was fond of Moira, and had once been more than that. For a little while only the thunder rumbled and the lightning cracked, while the rain sizzled down. Then Warwick broke the silence. "Is that all?" he asked. I took my hand from my eyes. "I wish to God it were," I cried. "Do you want the rest?" "You may as well get it off your chest," he answered quietly. "But it's the toughest, saddest story I ever heard." I pulled myself together. There wasn't much more to tell, and I'd get it over and then we could have another drink. Well, from the time Moira went into the nursing home, the parcel stopped coming. She had letters, even in the asylum, but no more gruesome parcels. Suddenly that fact struck me, and the one word revenge blazed into my mind. Gregory. The word was a breathless whisper from Warwick. Yes, that's how I saw it. He was cold-blooded, but in a possessive manner he had loved Moira. She and Mendingham had, vulgarly speaking, done him down. He would be revenged on both. A cruel, subtle, lingering revenge. Then came another thought. Was Mendingham by any chance alive? Gregory was a surgeon, one of the cleverest of his day. Mendingham had never been found, and no vital part of his body had been contained in those parcels. Another point in favor of this idea, mad as it seemed, was the lapse of time between the receipt of the parcels. It would have given Mendingham time to get strong enough to bear another operation. That very day I was dining with Gregory, the first meal we'd had together since he had gone abroad. Casually, I noticed that he missed the meat course, but in every other way made a good meal. I referred to Mendingham, but he was merely polite. I mentioned Moira, but he would not be drawn. Then we fell to discussing his book. Over this he became thoroughly enthusiastic and communicative. He waxed emphatic on the morality of those natives, who, he maintained, neither lied nor stole, and who considered adultery the deadliest sin. Murder with them was a just punishment if any crime deserved it. They were, according to him, not immoral but unmoral, and to emphasize the point he referred to a particularly nasty divorce case, which was at the time something of a cause célèbre. In such a case, he began, then suddenly stopped, passed a hand wearily over his head and went deadly white. After a minute or two he got up, made an excuse about having forgotten an appointment, and hurriedly left the club. I was frankly curious and full of my idea, so I decided to try and follow him. It was a ghastly night, raining hell for leather, thundering and lightning. Like this? Warwick was sitting bolt upright, and his hands gripped his knees so tightly that the knuckles shone white. Worse, I answered, and went on. I got to the backwater by the houseboat an hour and a half later, and there met a check. Gregory crossed to the far side in a dinghy. I had no means of getting over. It took me half an hour to find a boat and another quarter to row upstream, but eventually I got alongside. In one window, through the gaps of closely drawn curtains, I could see a light. I had no need to go quietly, for the storm drowned all noise. I crept on deck and tried to peer in, but all I could see was an empty corner of a room. Yet I waited, fascinated, glued to the spot. Then I became conscious of a smell, a cooking or roasting smell, and in a lull of the storm I could have sworn that I heard a horrible laugh. I never quite knew how long I waited, but suddenly I became aware of the most severe cramp. I tried to move. My leg refused to support me, and I fell with a crash against the long French window. The latch failed to withstand the shock, and I was pitchforked into the room. In an instant I was on my feet, cramp or no cramp, and was standing face to face with Gregory, who looked like an incarnate fiend. Behind him was an old-fashioned open grate, built in the far side of the houseboat. The fire was burning, a big glowing mass now, and on a huge grid was what I took to be a side or half-side of beef. For a second I paused to moisten my lips. Warwick's face was ghastly to look at, and from his parched mouth he just managed to gasp, "Go on." Without a word, Gregory sprang at me with a huge butcher knife in his hand. Somehow I dodged him and it, and as I sidestepped I struck him with all my force. He fell down, completely stunned. That he was mad, I realized almost at once, almost as quickly as I realized he had something in the houseboat he wished to hide. "What?" "Mendingham," Warwick whispered through trembling lips. For a moment I could not answer. All I was capable of, so acute was memory, was to nod. Then at last I found my voice. That joint roasting over the fire was Mendingham, all that was left of him, his trunk. Hanging from the roof like a round ball of flypaper was his severed head. God, but it was awful, utter hell. I was sick. Just as I recovered, Gregory came to. He staggered up, first to his knees, then to his feet, laughing and chuckling all the time. He came slowly toward me, while I waited. Nearer he came, nearer, the long knife in his hand. I was frozen with fear and sheer horror. Nearer, 2 more paces, and he slipped in a pool of blood on the floor that had dripped from the newly severed head and fell face downward into the fire. "Yes?" In his excitement, Warwick had clutched both of my wrists, and his eyes were burning into mine. "What next?" I had no time to think, I whispered hoarsely. It was my chance, my life or his, and he was mad and a cannibal. There was no doubt of this. I put my foot on the back of his head and pressed and pressed. Warwick let go my wrists, and a great sigh escaped him. "Good man," he said at last. "You've got pluck. What about the rest? You couldn't leave it at that." "No," I answered, for my own sake as well as for his. I looked around and found 2 kerosene tins, full. I used them and put a match to the lot. But before doing so, I saw Gregory's book lying open on a table in another room. A passage was underlined. The passage in which he said the only time he found those natives addicted to cannibalism was as a solemn ritual. It was the tribal punishment for adultery, and Warwick put out a hand. "Enough," he said. "For heaven's sake, man, order another drink." The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe. The chateau into which my valet had ventured to make forcible entrance, rather than permit me, in my desperately wounded condition, to pass a night in the open air, was one of those piles of commingled gloom and grandeur which have so long frowned among the Apennines, not less, in fact, than in the fancy of Mrs. Radcliffe. To all appearance, it had been temporarily and very lately abandoned. We established ourselves in one of the smallest and least sumptuously furnished apartments. It lay in a remote turret of the building. Its decorations were rich, yet tattered and antique. Its walls were hung with tapestry and bedecked with manifold and multiform armorial trophies, together with an unusually great number of very spirited modern paintings in frames of rich golden arabesque. In these paintings, which depended from the walls not only in their main surfaces, but in very many nooks which the bizarre architecture of the chateau rendered necessary, in these paintings my incipient delirium perhaps had caused me to take deep interest, so that I bade Pedro to close the heavy shutters of the room, since it was already night, to light the tongues of a tall candelabrum which stood by the head of my bed, and to throw open far and wide the fringed curtains of black velvet which enveloped the bed itself. I wished all this was done that I might resign myself, if not to sleep, at least alternately to the contemplation of these pictures, and the perusal of a small volume which had been found upon the pillow, and which purported to criticize and describe them. Long, long I read, and devotedly I gazed. Rapidly and gloriously the hours flew by, and the deep midnight came. The position of the candelabrum displeased me, and outreaching my hand with difficulty, rather than disturb my slumbering valet, I placed it so as to throw its rays more fully upon the book. But the action produced an effect altogether unanticipated. The rays of the numerous candles, for there were many, now fell within a niche of the room which had hitherto been thrown into deep shade by one of the bedposts. I thus saw in vivid light a picture all unnoticed before. It was the portrait of a young girl just ripening into womanhood. I glanced at the painting hurriedly, and then closed my eyes. Why I did this was not at first apparent, even to my own perception. But while my lids remained thus shut, I ran over in my mind my reason for so shutting them. It was an impulsive movement, to gain time for thought, to make sure that my vision had not deceived me, to calm and subdue my fancy for a more sober and more certain gaze. In a very few moments I again looked fixedly at the painting. That I now saw aright I could not and would not doubt, for the first flashing of the candles upon that canvas had seemed to dissipate the dreamy stupor which was stealing over my senses, and to startle me at once into waking life. The portrait, I have already said, was that of a young girl. It was mere head and shoulders, done in what is technically termed a vignette manner, much in the style of the favourite heads of Sully. The arms, the bosom, and even the ends of the radiant hair melted imperceptibly into the vague yet deep shadow which formed the background of the whole. The frame was oval, richly gilded and filigreed in Moresque. As a thing of art, nothing could be more admirable than the painting itself, but it could have been neither the execution of the work nor the immortal beauty of the countenance which had so suddenly and so vehemently moved me. Least of all could it have been that my fancy, shaken from its half-slumber, had mistaken the head for that of a living person. I saw at once that the peculiarities of the design, of the vignetting, and of the frame must have instantly dispelled such idea, must have prevented even its momentary entertainment. Thinking earnestly upon these points, I remained for an hour, perhaps, half sitting, half reclining, with my vision riveted upon the portrait. At length, satisfied with the true secret of its effect, I fell back within the bed. I had found the spell of the picture in an absolute lifelikeness of expression, which, at first startling, finally confounded, subdued, and appalled me. With deep and reverent awe, I replaced the candelabrum in its former position. The cause of my deep agitation being thus shut from view, I sought eagerly the volume which discussed the paintings and their histories. Turning to the number which designated the oval portrait, I there read the vague and quaint words which follow. She was a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee, and evil was the hour when she saw and loved and wedded the painter. He, passionate, studious, austere, and having already a bride in his art. She, a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee, all light and smiles, and frolicsome as the young fawn, loving and cherishing all things, hating only the art, which was her rival, dreading only the palette and brushes and other untoward instruments which deprived her of the countenance of her lover. It was thus a terrible thing for this lady to hear the painter speak of his desire to portray even his young bride. But she was humble and obedient, and sat meekly for many weeks in the dark, high turret chamber, where the light dripped upon the pale canvas only from overhead. But he, the painter, took glory in his work, which went on from hour to hour, and from day to day, and he was a passionate and wild and moody man, who became lost in reveries, so that he would not see that the light which fell so ghastly in that lone turret withered the health and spirits of his bride, who pined visibly to all but him. Yet she smiled on and still on, uncomplainingly, because she saw that the painter, who had high renown, took a fervid and burning pleasure in his task, and wrought day and night to depict her who so loved him, yet who grew daily more dispirited and weak. And in sooth some who beheld the portrait spoke of its resemblance in low words as of a mighty marvel, and a proof not less of the power of the painter than of his deep love for her, whom he depicted so surpassingly well. But at length, as the labour drew nearer to its conclusion, there were admitted none into the turret, for the painter had grown wild with the ardour of his work, and turned his eyes from canvas merely, even to regard the countenance of his wife. And he would not see that the tints which he spread upon the canvas were drawn from the cheeks of her who sate beside him. And when many weeks had passed, and but little remained to do, save one brush upon the mouth and one tint upon the eye, the spirit of the lady again flickered up as the flame within the socket of the lamp. And then the brush was given, and then the tint was placed, and for one moment the painter stood entranced before the work which he had wrought. But in the next, while he yet gazed, he grew tremulous and very pallid, and aghast, and crying with a loud voice, "This is indeed life itself," turned suddenly to regard his beloved. She was dead. The Oblong Box by Edgar Allan Poe. Some years ago, I engaged passage from Charleston, South Carolina, to the city of New York in the fine packet ship Independence, Captain Hardy. We were to sail on the 15th of the month, June, weather permitting, and on the 14th I went on board to arrange some matters in my stateroom. I found that we were to have a great many passengers, including a more than usual number of ladies. On the list were several of my acquaintances, and among other names I was rejoiced to see that of Mr. Cornelius Wyatt, a young artist, for whom I entertained feelings of warm friendship. He had been with me a fellow student at the university, where we were very much together. He had the ordinary temperament of genius, and was a compound of misanthropy, sensibility, and enthusiasm. To these qualities he united the warmest and truest heart which ever beat in a human bosom. I observed that his name was carded upon 3 staterooms, and, upon again referring to the list of passengers, I found that he had engaged passage for himself, wife, and 2 sisters, his own. The staterooms were sufficiently roomy, and each had 2 berths, one above the other. These berths, to be sure, were so exceedingly narrow as to be insufficient for more than one person. Still, I could not comprehend why there were 3 staterooms for these 4 persons. I was, just at that epoch, in one of those moody frames of mind which make a man abnormally inquisitive about trifles, and I confess with shame that I busied myself in a variety of ill-bred and preposterous conjectures about this matter of the supernumerary stateroom. It was no business of mine, to be sure, but with none the less pertinacity did I occupy myself in attempts to resolve the enigma. At last I reached a conclusion which wrought in me great wonder why I had not arrived at it before. "It is a servant, of course," I said. "What a fool I am, not sooner to have thought of so obvious a solution." And then I again repaired to the list. But here I saw distinctly that no servant was to come with the party, although, in fact, it had been the original design to bring one, for the words "and servant" had been first written and then overscored. "Oh, extra baggage, to be sure," I now said to myself. "Something he wishes not to be put in the hold, something to be kept under his own eye. Ah, I have it. A painting or so, and this is what he has been bargaining about with Nicolino, the Italian Jew." This idea satisfied me, and I dismissed my curiosity for the nonce. Wyatt's two sisters I knew very well, and most amiable and clever girls they were. His wife he had newly married, and I had never yet seen her. He had often talked about her in my presence, however, and in his usual style of enthusiasm. He described her as of surpassing beauty, wit, and accomplishment. I was, therefore, quite anxious to make her acquaintance. On the day in which I visited the ship, the 14th, Wyatt and party were also to visit it, so the captain informed me, and I waited on board an hour longer than I had designed, in hope of being presented to the bride. But then an apology came. Mrs. W. was a little indisposed, and would decline coming on board until tomorrow, at the hour of sailing. The morrow having arrived, I was going from my hotel to the wharf, when Captain Hardy met me and said that, owing to circumstances, a stupid but convenient phrase, he rather thought the Independence would not sail for a day or two, and that when all was ready he would send up and let me know. This I thought strange, for there was a stiff southerly breeze, but as the circumstances were not forthcoming, although I pumped for them with much perseverance, I had nothing to do but to return home and digest my impatience at leisure. I did not receive the expected message from the captain for nearly a week. It came at length, however, and I immediately went on board. The ship was crowded with passengers, and everything was in the bustle attendant upon making sail. Wyatt's party arrived in about 10 minutes after myself. There were the two sisters, the bride, and the artist, the latter in one of his customary fits of moody misanthropy. I was too well used to these, however, to pay them any special attention. He did not even introduce me to his wife, this courtesy devolving, perforce, upon his sister Marian, a very sweet and intelligent girl, who in a few hurried words made us acquainted. Mrs. Wyatt had been closely veiled, and when she raised her veil, in acknowledging my bow, I confess that I was very profoundly astonished. I should have been much more so, however, had not long experience advised me not to trust, with too implicit a reliance, the enthusiastic descriptions of my friend, the artist, when indulging in comments upon the loveliness of woman. When beauty was the theme, I well knew with what facility he soared into the regions of the purely ideal. The truth is, I could not help regarding Mrs. Wyatt as a decidedly plain-looking woman. If not positively ugly, she was not, I think, very far from it. She was dressed, however, in exquisite taste, and then I had no doubt that she had captivated my friend's heart by the more enduring graces of the intellect and soul. She said very few words, and passed at once into her stateroom with Mr. W. My old inquisitiveness now returned. There was no servant. That was a settled point. I looked, therefore, for the extra baggage. After some delay, a cart arrived at the wharf with an oblong pine box, which was everything that seemed to be expected. Immediately upon its arrival we made sail, and in a short time was safely over the bar and standing out to sea. The box in question was, as I say, oblong. It was about 6 feet in length by 2.5 in breadth, I observed it attentively, and like to be precise. Now the shape was peculiar, and no sooner had I seen it than I took credit to myself for the accuracy of my guessing. I had reached the conclusion, it will be remembered, that the extra baggage of my friend, the artist, would prove to be pictures, or at least a picture, for I knew he had been for several weeks in conference with Nicolino, and now here was a box, which, from its shape, could possibly contain nothing in the world but a copy of Leonardo's Last Supper, and a copy of this very Last Supper, done by Rubini the Younger at Florence, I had known for some time to be in the possession of Nicolino. This point, therefore, I considered as sufficiently settled. I chuckled excessively when I thought of my acumen. It was the first time I had ever known Wyatt to keep from me any of his artistical secrets, but here he evidently intended to steal a march upon me, and smuggle a fine picture to New York under my very nose, expecting me to know nothing of the matter. I resolved to quiz him well, now and hereafter. One thing, however, annoyed me not a little. The box did not go into the extra stateroom. It was deposited in Wyatt's own, and there, too, it remained, occupying very nearly the whole of the floor, no doubt to the exceeding discomfort of the artist and his wife. This the more especially, as the tar or paint with which it was lettered in sprawling capitals emitted a strong, disagreeable, and, to my fancy, a peculiarly disgusting odour. On the lid were painted the words, Mrs. Adelaide Curtis, Albany, New York. Charge of Cornelius Wyatt, Esquire. This side up, to be handled with care. Now, I was aware that Mrs. Adelaide Curtis of Albany was the artist's wife's mother, but then I looked upon the whole address as a mystification, intended especially for myself. I made up my mind, of course, that the box and contents would never get farther north than the studio of my misanthropic friend in Chambers Street, New York. For the first 3 or 4 days we had fine weather, although the wind was dead ahead, having chopped round to the northward immediately upon our losing sight of the coast. The passengers were, consequently, in high spirits and disposed to be social. I must except, however, Wyatt and his sisters, who behaved stiffly, and, I could not help thinking, uncourteously to the rest of the party. Wyatt's conduct I did not so much regard. He was gloomy, even beyond his usual habit. In fact, he was morose, but in him I was prepared for eccentricity. For the sisters, however, I could make no excuse. They secluded themselves in their staterooms during the greater part of the passage, and absolutely refused, although I repeatedly urged them, to hold communication with any person on board. Mrs. Wyatt herself was far more agreeable. That is to say, she was chatty, and to be chatty is no slight recommendation at sea. She became excessively intimate with most of the ladies, and, to my profound astonishment, evinced no equivocal disposition to coquet with the men. She amused us all very much. I say amused, and scarcely know how to explain myself. The truth is, I soon found that Mrs. W. was far oftener laughed at than with. The gentlemen said little about her, but the ladies, in a little while, pronounced her a good-hearted thing, rather indifferent-looking, totally uneducated, and decidedly vulgar. The great wonder was how Wyatt had been entrapped into such a match. Wealth was the general solution, but this I knew to be no solution at all, for Wyatt had told me that she neither brought him $1 nor had any expectations from any source whatever. He had married, he said, for love, and for love only, and his bride was far more than worthy of his love. When I thought of these expressions on the part of my friend, I confess that I felt indescribably puzzled. Could it be possible that he was taking leave of his senses? What else could I think? He, so refined, so intellectual, so fastidious, with so exquisite a perception of the faulty, and so keen an appreciation of the beautiful. To be sure, the lady seemed especially fond of him, particularly so in his absence, when she made herself ridiculous by frequent quotations of what had been said by her beloved husband, Mr. Wyatt. The word husband seemed forever, to use one of her own delicate expressions, forever on the tip of her tongue. In the meantime, it was observed by all on board that he avoided her in the most pointed manner, and, for the most part, shut himself up alone in his stateroom, where, in fact, he might have been said to live altogether, leaving his wife at full liberty to amuse herself as she thought best in the public society of the main cabin. My conclusion, from what I saw and heard, was that the artist, by some unaccountable freak of fate, or perhaps in some fit of enthusiastic and fanciful passion, had been induced to unite himself with a person altogether beneath him, and that the natural result, entire and speedy disgust, had ensued. I pitied him from the bottom of my heart, but could not, for that reason, quite forgive his incommunicativeness in the matter of the Last Supper. For this I resolved to have my revenge. One day he came upon deck, and, taking his arm as had been my wont, I sauntered with him backward and forward. His gloom, however, which I considered quite natural under the circumstances, seemed entirely unabated. He said little, and that moodily and with evident effort. I ventured a jest or two, and he made a sickening attempt at a smile. Poor fellow! As I thought of his wife, I wondered that he could have heart to put on even the semblance of mirth. I determined to commence a series of covert insinuations or innuendos about the Oblong Box, just to let him perceive, gradually, that I was not altogether the butt or victim of his little bit of pleasant mystification. My first observation was by way of opening a masked battery. I said something about the peculiar shape of that box, and, as I spoke the words, I smiled knowingly, winked, and touched him gently with my forefinger in the ribs. The manner in which Wyatt received this harmless pleasantry convinced me at once that he was mad. At first he stared at me, as if he found it impossible to comprehend the witticism of my remark, but as its point seemed slowly to make its way into his brain, his eyes, in the same proportion, seemed protruding from their sockets. Then he grew very red, then hideously pale. Then, as if highly amused with what I had insinuated, he began a loud and boisterous laugh, which, to my astonishment, he kept up with gradually increasing vigor for 10 minutes or more. In conclusion, he fell flat and heavily upon the deck. When I ran to uplift him, to all appearance he was dead. I called assistance, and with much difficulty we brought him to himself. Upon reviving, he spoke incoherently for some time. At length we bled him and put him to bed. The next morning he was quite recovered, so far as regarded his mere bodily health. Of his mind I say nothing, of course. I avoided him during the rest of the passage, by advice of the captain, who seemed to coincide with me altogether in my views of his insanity, but cautioned me to say nothing on this head to any person on board. Several circumstances occurred immediately after this fit of Wyatt which contributed to heighten the curiosity with which I was already possessed. Among other things, this. I had been nervous, drank too much strong green tea, and slept ill at night. In fact, for 2 nights I could not be properly said to sleep at all. Now, my stateroom opened into the main cabin, or dining room, as did those of all the single men on board. Wyatt's 3 rooms were in the after cabin, which was separated from the main one by a slight sliding door, never locked even at night. As we were almost constantly on a wind, and the breeze was not a little stiff, the ship heeled to leeward very considerably, and whenever her starboard side was to leeward, the sliding door between the cabins slid open, and so remained, nobody taking the trouble to get up and shut it. But my berth was in such a position that when my own stateroom door was open, as well as the sliding door in question, and my own door was always open on account of the heat, I could see into the after cabin quite distinctly, and just at that portion of it, too, where were situated the staterooms of Mr. Wyatt. Well, during 2 nights, not consecutive, while I lay awake, I clearly saw Mrs. W., about 11 o'clock upon each night, steal cautiously from the stateroom of Mr. W., and enter the extra room, where she remained until daybreak, when she was called by her husband and went back. That they were virtually separated was clear. They had separate apartments, no doubt in contemplation of a more permanent divorce, and here, after all, I thought was the mystery of the extra stateroom. There was another circumstance, too, which interested me much. During the 2 wakeful nights in question, and immediately after the disappearance of Mrs. Wyatt into the extra stateroom, I was attracted by certain singular, cautious, subdued noises in that of her husband. After listening to them for some time with thoughtful attention, I at length succeeded perfectly in translating their import. They were sounds occasioned by the artist in prying open the oblong box by means of a chisel and mallet, the latter being apparently muffled or deadened by some soft woolen or cotton substance in which its head was enveloped. In this manner I fancied I could distinguish the precise moment when he fairly disengaged the lid, also that I could determine when he removed it altogether, and when he deposited it upon the lower berth in his room. This latter point I knew, for example, by certain slight taps which the lid made in striking against the wooden edges of the berth, as he endeavoured to lay it down very gently, there being no room for it on the floor. After this there was a dead stillness, and I heard nothing more, upon either occasion, until nearly daybreak, unless perhaps I may mention a low sobbing or murmuring sound, so very much suppressed as to be nearly inaudible, if, indeed, the whole of this latter noise were not rather produced by my own imagination. I say it seemed to resemble sobbing or sighing, but, of course, it could not have been either. I rather think it was a ringing in my own ears. Mr. Wyatt, no doubt, according to custom, was merely giving the rein to one of his hobbies, indulging in one of his fits of artistic enthusiasm. He had opened his oblong box in order to feast his eyes on the pictorial treasure within. There was nothing in this, however, to make him sob. I repeat, therefore, that it must have been simply a freak of my own fancy, distempered by good Captain Hardy's green tea. Just before dawn, on each of the 2 nights of which I speak, I distinctly heard Mr. Wyatt replace the lid upon the oblong box, and force the nails into their old places by means of the muffled mallet. Having done this, he issued from his stateroom, fully dressed, and proceeded to call Mrs. W. from hers. We had been at sea 7 days, and were now off Cape Hatteras, when there came a tremendously heavy blow from the southwest. We were, in a measure, prepared for it, however, as the weather had been holding out threats for some time. Everything was made snug, alow and aloft, and as the wind steadily freshened, we lay to at length under spanker and foretopsail, both double reefed. In this trim we rode safely enough for 48 hours, the ship proving herself an excellent sea-boat in many respects, and shipping no water of any consequence. At the end of this period, however, the gale had freshened into a hurricane, and our aftersail split into ribbons, bringing us so much in the trough of the water that we shipped several prodigious seas, one immediately after the other. By this accident we lost 3 men overboard with the caboose, and nearly the whole of the larboard bulwarks. Scarcely had we recovered our senses before the foretopsail went into shreds, when we got up a storm staysail, and with this did pretty well for some hours, the ship heading the sea much more steadily than before. The gale still held on, however, and we saw no signs of its abating. The rigging was found to be ill-fitted and greatly strained, and on the 3rd day of the blow, about 5 in the afternoon, our mizzenmast, in a heavy lurch to windward, went by the board. For an hour or more we tried in vain to get rid of it, on account of the prodigious rolling of the ship, and before we had succeeded, the carpenter came aft and announced 4 feet of water in the hold. To add to our dilemma, we found the pumps choked and nearly useless. All was now confusion and despair, but an effort was made to lighten the ship by throwing overboard as much of her cargo as could be reached, and by cutting away the 2 masts that remained. This we at last accomplished, but we were still unable to do anything at the pumps, and, in the meantime, the leak gained on us very fast. At sundown, the gale had sensibly diminished in violence, and as the sea went down with it, we still entertained faint hopes of saving ourselves in the boats. At 8 p.m., the clouds broke away to windward, and we had the advantage of a full moon, a piece of good fortune which served wonderfully to cheer our drooping spirits. After incredible labour, we succeeded at length in getting the longboat over the side without material accident, and into this we crowded the whole of the crew and most of the passengers. This party made off immediately, and, after undergoing much suffering, finally arrived in safety at Ocracoke Inlet on the 3rd day after the wreck. 14 passengers with the captain remained on board, resolving to trust their fortunes to the jolly boat at the stern. We lowered it without difficulty, although it was only by a miracle that we prevented it from swamping as it touched the water. It contained, when afloat, the captain and his wife, Mr. Wyatt and party, a Mexican officer, wife, 4 children, and myself, with a valet. We had no room, of course, for anything except a few positively necessary instruments, some provisions, and the clothes upon our backs. No one had thought of even attempting to save anything more. What must have been the astonishment of all, then, when, having proceeded a few fathoms from the ship, Mr. Wyatt stood up in the stern sheets and coolly demanded of Captain Hardy that the boat should be put back for the purpose of taking in his oblong box. "Sit down, Mr. Wyatt," replied the captain, somewhat sternly. "You will capsize us if you do not sit quite still. Our gunwale is almost in the water now." "The box," vociferated Mr. Wyatt, still standing. "The box, I say. Captain Hardy, you will not refuse me. Its weight will be but a trifle. It is nothing, mere nothing. By the mother who bore you, for the love of heaven, by your hope of salvation, I implore you to put back for the box." The captain, for a moment, seemed touched by the earnest appeal of the artist, but he regained his stern composure, and merely said, "Mr. Wyatt, you are mad. I cannot listen to you. Sit down, I say, or you will swamp the boat. Stay, hold him, seize him. He is about to spring overboard. There, I knew it, he is over." As the captain said this, Mr. Wyatt, in fact, sprang from the boat, and, as we were yet in the lee of the wreck, succeeded, by almost superhuman exertion, in getting hold of a rope which hung from the forechains. In another moment he was on board, and rushing frantically down into the cabin. In the meantime, we had been swept astern of the ship, and being quite out of her lee, were at the mercy of the tremendous sea which was still running. We made a determined effort to put back, but our little boat was like a feather in the breath of the tempest. We saw at a glance that the doom of the unfortunate artist was sealed. As our distance from the wreck rapidly increased, the madman, for such only could we regard him, was seen to emerge from the companionway, up which, by dint of strength that appeared gigantic, he dragged bodily the oblong box. While we gazed in the extremity of astonishment, he passed rapidly several turns of a 3-inch rope, first around the box and then around his body. In another instant, both body and box were in the sea, disappearing suddenly, at once and forever. We lingered a while, sadly upon our oars, with our eyes riveted upon the spot. At length we pulled away. The silence remained unbroken for an hour. Finally, I hazarded a remark. "Did you observe, Captain, how suddenly they sank? Was not that an exceedingly singular thing? I confess that I entertained some feeble hope of his final deliverance when I saw him lash himself to the box and commit himself to the sea." "They sank as a matter of course," replied the captain, "and that like a shot. They will soon rise again, however, but not till the salt melts." "The salt!" I ejaculated. "Hush!" said the captain, pointing to the wife and sisters of the deceased. "We must talk of these things at some more appropriate time. We suffered much and made a narrow escape, but fortune befriended us, as well as our mates in the longboat. We landed in fine, more dead than alive, after 4 days of intense distress, upon the beach opposite Roanoke Island. We remained here a week, were not ill-treated by the wreckers, and at length obtained a passage to New York. About a month after the loss of the Independence, I happened to meet Captain Hardy in Broadway. Our conversation turned, naturally, upon the disaster, and especially upon the sad fate of poor Wyatt. I thus learned the following particulars. The artist had engaged passage for himself, wife, 2 sisters, and a servant. His wife was, indeed, as she had been represented, a most lovely and most accomplished woman. On the morning of the 14th of June, the day in which I first visited the ship, the lady suddenly sickened and died. The young husband was frantic with grief, but circumstances imperatively forbade the deferring his voyage to New York. It was necessary to take to her mother the corpse of his adored wife, and, on the other hand, the universal prejudice which would prevent his doing so openly was well known. 9/10 of the passengers would have abandoned the ship rather than take passage with a dead body. In this dilemma, Captain Hardy arranged that the corpse, being first partially embalmed and packed with a large quantity of salt in a box of suitable dimensions, should be conveyed on board as merchandise. Nothing was to be said of the lady's decease, and, as it was well understood that Mr. Wyatt had engaged passage for his wife, it became necessary that some person should personate her during the voyage. This the deceased lady's maid was easily prevailed on to do. The extra stateroom, originally engaged for this girl during her mistress's life, was now merely retained. In this stateroom, the pseudo-wife slept, of course, every night. In the daytime she performed, to the best of her ability, the part of her mistress, whose person, it had been carefully ascertained, was unknown to any of the passengers on board. My own mistake arose, naturally enough, through too careless, too inquisitive, and too impulsive a temperament. But of late, it is a rare thing that I sleep soundly at night. There is a countenance which haunts me, turn as I will. There is a hysterical laugh which will forever ring within my ears. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,